introduces.
There we go.
Welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. My name's Funisher the dog. Look at the camera. Look at the camera, Moose.
Moose. Hey, Moose. Oh, Moose is so cute. Alright.
Here we go.
Bye, Moose.
That was Moose.
That was Moose. Hello, planet. Okay, that was cool. That was fun. Alright. Hello, and welcome to the Artist Lounge podcast. I am Sarah Childs, also known as AGamerDraws. My little doobly-doo is not on the screen, and I don't know why. And I'm joined by the wonderful Michael Steffen and a dog, also known as Funisher, and Funisher the dog.
Funisher the dog.
How are you?
Oh, good. Good now. Good now that the dog's hanging out for the podcast.
Dog.
That's fun.
Do you think I can, like, fix my little thingy thing? Wait, let me... It should be there.
Yeah, you're right.
It says that it's there. That's the thing.
I don't see it.
No, it's not there at all. It's, like, lying to me. Save as butt face. Save. No, it's not doing it. Oh well, whatever.
Oh, heavens. We'll just do like a soundbite every 5 minutes.
And just be like, go to geyser.com.
Weather and traffic, you know?
Don't go to geyser.com. You can go to geyser.com. I believe it's up at the moment, but my auto renewal for the website didn't go through, so.
Oh no.
So, hello and welcome to the Technical Issue podcast. So, we're going to pretend that it's deliberate that I'm set up like this. In reality, those of you who follow my Facebook/Twitter, you'll be aware that my laptop has died and gone to Apple heaven for the third time in about 5 months or something. So, yeah, that's been sent off, and I don't know when I'll be getting it back. I'm hoping that it'll be within a week, but the previous 2 times it was done really fast because it was done in shop. This time it's got to do like a recall thing, so I don't know how long it's going to take to get it back. So, in the meantime, I can only work traditionally, so I will be drawing on this giant piece of paper. Look how big it is.
You're talking about traditional art like there was a problem with it.
There's no issue with traditional art, it's just there's a...
Now all I can do is push this hoop down the street with a stick for fun.
Dude, I was like, I'm going to play League of Legends because I can't work. And my boyfriend just looked at me and went, your laptop's dead, what are you on about? I was like, no. No Aram for you, or whatever the new thing they're doing on there. Joy Project and Art Broken are always talking about League of Legends, and I try to keep up, but I have no idea what they're talking about. No.
To do that, he'll follow the he'll follow the Twitch streams of like all the championships and get all stoked. And it's pretty much like when I get excited about skate videos and like you know.
And you're underground rat.
Yeah, you know, you gotta stay close to the underground. It's important.
Yes.
Lord.
I was on the underground the other day.
You're on the riding the underground?
Yeah, I went to London. Well, I guess that was last week. That was for that art project thingy. Yeah.
For the what?
The art project thingy. You know, the weird thing that I'm doing for like a place in London.
Yeah. That you're still tell me about.
Yeah, I need to tell you about it. Yeah. Yeah, I need to wrap my head around it. I've got a book that they've given me that's like this thick, and they were like, you need to read this to understand. I'm like, okay.
Wow. Sounds serious.
Like, there's a video at the end of the book. You watch that, then you make the project. I'm like, okay.
What you should have said was, can I only watch the video?
Can I just do that? And then be like, the project is the fact that I gave you my time.
Does the video summarize what's in the book in a very brief 30 minutes?
Yeah, can it just like be it? No. Apparently I need to read the entire novel. about this entire project in order to understand it.
This is the most mysterious project ever.
It is. It's even mysterious to me. But it's good fun though. It's good fun. But it is like the most bizarre project I've ever been given.
Were you riding the underground and just like hella nervous on the way? Just like sitting there just going, I have no idea. It's like going...
Weird stuff happened on the underground. So like, I got on like 3 or 4 different trains, and on every single train I was sat next to the same lady.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she got off, I got off of the train, waited a train, got on the next one, she was on that train.
You didn't even see her get off the train, she just appears on random.
She didn't get off the first train, I didn't see her get off the first train, but we were back on the same train. She even like gave me a head nod, like, hey, what's up?
Did you check to see if you were the only person who could see her?
Yeah, she just repeated. No, a little kid could see her. A little kid, she was holding a baby.
That's ghosts.
Yeah, kids always see ghosts.
Huh?
Kids always see ghosts. That's the rule, isn't it?
Dogs. They're the only ones that see ghosts.
Yeah. Yeah, she had like a little baby, and this little, I don't know how old he was, maybe 2, something like that. He just like waddled over to her and was asking questions about the baby and saying like, why can't she talk and stuff like that, and then she was explaining the baby.
It just so sounds like a ghost. You were on a ghost train. Is the book about a ghost train?
No, not quite.
Okay.
It could be our relationship with the ghost train. That could be it.
God.
Oh my god, that could be a great plot for what it... dude, I could actually write it about Ghost Train.
Ghost train? There's a ghost train in Spirited Away? Wasn't that like kind of like a ghost train?
Yeah, sort of. Well, sort of.
That's the best
part. It was like a train between like the spirit area and then the normal world, isn't it?
Something like that. It went on the water.
On the water, yeah. And then there was this lady next to me who was reciting a play. Like, she was like acting the whole thing out, sat next to me and practicing it, and I was so tempted, like at the end of the train journey, to just walk up to her and be like, good luck.
Don't they, oh god. You should do good luck and give her an eye roll just to make her nervous right before.
No, that'd be so mean. She looked more nervous.
You'll need it.
She had props and everything.
Oh my god.
And I was like, I'm in London.
Rule, and like out here when you ride the train, at least during rush hour, there's like an unspoken rule that like you just don't talk. It's just like you're just in your world. Even if you're just in your world. And you can only talk to people if you're like riding one of the last few trains home and everyone's drunk. That's when you're allowed to talk. Or in the middle of the afternoon if the car's empty. But if it's like a rush hour situation, you don't talk on the train.
Yeah. It was the weirdest experience. I've never experienced anything like it on a train in London. I was like, what's going on? What weird plane of existence am I falling into?
You know the weirdest experience I ever had on a train out here?
Go on then.
It was I was sitting there, and then a homeless dude sat across from me. It's fine, whatever, you know. It's all good. But then he had a little carton of Häagen-Dazs ice cream, and he didn't have a spoon, so he just like folded it, and he would squeeze it out and then lick the ice cream.
Dude, that's legit.
Every time he took like a swab of it, he'd go every time. And so it was just like watching a homeless guy lick a thing of ice cream and go for like a straight 30 minutes.
It's probably because it was so cold. Like, to be able to...
It was just good. I mean, it's ice cream. But the thing is like, normally you're kind of like, that's not that weird, whatever. But when you hit like minute like 14 of it, you start to feel like it starts to feel really weird, and that was the strangest. Because I've seen all sorts of weird shit on trains and people throwing up on each other and whatever madness. But for some reason, that homeless dude just like eating the ice cream without a spoon was some weird combination of like kind of creepy and weird and fascinating and confusing. It was intense.
That kind of sums up you, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I, in a certain spiritual sense, I connected to the situation. I was kind of like, well, I know what purgatory is going to be for me now, so that's good.
What, just licking ice cream on a train?
Here while a homeless guy licks ice cream and exhales in weird ways. It was very creepy.
Good, I'm glad.
I'm sure
I
you
like
are.
train stories. I like train stories. They're good. I saw a little kid with two dads. They were sat next to each other, and the little kid was sat between them. And that was the most well-dressed kid I've ever seen in my life. Like
Whoa.
a full suit with like a proper like bow tie, like a little red bow tie. I was like, you look amazing. You look like a film star, but miniaturized.
Sounds like you're describing Pee Wee Herman, but this still works.
I don't know who that is.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Didn't I tell you to watch Pee Wee's Big Adventure?
You did,
Okay.
but then my laptop died.
We have Netflix now. Maybe it's on there.
Well, yeah. It's not on there. I did actually have a look. I've been watching Orange is the New Black. That's all I've watched on it. I've watched like over 7 hours of that in like 2 days.
I've seen a little bit of season 3, but not the rest of it.
What? Why didn't you watch it from the beginning?
Well, guests were over and they were watching it, so I just watched it with them for a couple episodes.
It's really good.
Yeah, it seemed pretty awesome. I'm probably gonna watch it. I'll get around to it. I'll get there. I got other stuff I'm still going through.
You've got an art career to do. It's fine.
Well, no, I mean I have a Netflix viewing list I got to go through. You know, it takes priority over the art career for sure.
Who Dies said that we are such nerds.
We're what?
Nerds.
Why?
Just because we exist.
Because we. It's probably because you have like bookshelves and bookshelves of anime and manga behind you.
Yeah, I've got Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Mass Effect, Lost Odyssey, Utada.
Before we started the podcast, you did a little trick there with the Lord of the Rings.
Well, I attempted to, and then it ended up in the correct order again, which I'm upset about.
Wait a minute. You tried to shuffle 3 books and then you accidentally put them back in order?
Yeah.
There's not many combinations you can shuffle them. How?
So, I'm not well today, okay? I'm not working properly, right? My like head's shutting down, my chest is shutting down. It's not what's wrong with me, and like
You couldn't unsort books. You couldn't be unorganized if you tried. That's like mowing someone's lawn and then like April Fools. Completely. Oh my god.
You say that, but you should see the state of my room. It's a nightmare. Although I spent like 5 hours cleaning today, which is probably why I feel awful.
Could be. You probably just inhaled a bunch of like dust and
cat hair. Dude, much cat hair.
Do you have allergies to anything like dust or anything like that?
I have hay fever, so.
Oh, okay.
And I had asthma when I was a little kid, so it's probably just. I had 2 different vacuum cleaners today.
You had to use 2 different vacuum cleaners?
Yeah, that's how much I cleaned today.
Well, like one that you use specially for the stairs and stuff, and then
yeah.
And then you had like a wet vac that you were using to give the carpet like to do a whole new fresh.
So I had a Dyson, like a proper like Dyson with the little like crazy Dyson thingy thing, and then like a little one, which is way heavier than the big one. I don't know how. I think they've just condensed it, like they've squished its mass down, so it's just as heavy.
Yeah. See, that's not how they should do it. I have one itty bitty vacuum because most of my apartment is hardwood. We have 1 rug, and Tim's room has carpet, and then the rest of it's hardwood and linoleum. Not much of a vacuum environment.
No, unless if you had cats, in which case you would still need a vacuum.
Well, there's a dog here.
There is a dog. Good luck.
Yeah,
I have a weird knack with dogs, where if I pet them, because I pet them, apparently I pet dogs weird. I guess it's because I've lived my whole life petting cats, and I switch the top of their heads, and I get fur everywhere, just miles of fur.
That's a secret trick.
My boyfriend's mum used to get so irritated with me because I'd scritch their little dog, and then there'd be just fur around the whole place, and she's like, "You're cleaning that up."
That's weird. I didn't know that that was like that's gonna make more fur than just petting a dog normally.
I have no
Because
idea. Don't know what it is.
petting a dog's the whole thing. You gotta like rub the sides of his face, and you gotta talk in a different voice.
Yeah.
The ears in there. That's make a lot of fur, right?
Yeah, I tend to just like scratch the top of their heads like that, or the back of their necks, and then they're just like, ah.
I like patting their head like in a cartoon.
Yeah.
And they kind of they like don't know how to handle it. Outside my door. Oh my god. Oh, I guess we should probably draw.
We should. So we're drawing Who Died today, who is a fantastic artwork. I love their artwork. We put the link in the Artist Lounge podcast thread on the Artist Lounge. If you have artwork to show us, let me know in chat. I'll be watching chat when I'm looking in this direction and not this direction. And I'll let Mike know and put the actual link to it in the Artist Lounge thread. Just because you can't post links to on YouTube because YouTube doesn't like other websites.
Yeah, YouTube gets butthurt.
It does. It gets upset. It gets jealous that you're visiting other websites.
Exactly. They're like, you best not be talking about Vimeo on there.
Dude, I never use Vimeo. The only times I ever see anything on Vimeo is when someone links me to an art project.
That's mostly what it's for. Like, Tim uses Vimeo a lot and follows a lot of Vimeos. For, like, film people.
Yeah. Animation as well.
Yeah, and then Vimeo, you can, like, post videos like I watched a skate video on there because it was taken off YouTube because it had music that was copyrighted, but on Vimeo, since you can't put ads in for money, you can post that kind of stuff in there too. Yeah. All right. I should probably swap the computer.
Yeah, you do the little swap over
I'll do the
thing.
thing where I sometimes mess it up and sometimes I don't. We'll see what happens. There we go.
Who Died says I'm still in their lines. Dude, I said it like 2 minutes before you. You're so far in the past.
What happened?
I said that YouTube was jealous, and then like 2 minutes later, Who Died said that YouTube was jealous, and then it showed up, and they were like, no!
You guys are stealing each other's thunder. All right, here we go.
Who was this artwork by the way?
This artwork is by Sweet Street Meat.
Which is a brilliant name.
Exactly. Exactly. That's not the word I wanted to say. God, I need to sleep sometimes. Okay.
Why is that not the right word? That sounds like a perfectly reasonable word to say in that sentence.
No, what I wanted to say was, I don't even remember what this original sentence was now. You said it was a sweet name, and I think I wanted to say totally instead of exactly. Exactly works, though. Whatever, I'll accept exactly. It's fine. Great, I'm happy. Yay, exactly. Okay, here we go.
Me and Who Died are already fighting. We're having issues.
What? I need to get the chat going on my other computer. And I also need to show other art that people made. Starting with Carter Artist. Okay, here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to share the thing with all the stuff. Like this. These are pieces that were made from last week when we were drawing each other. And these pieces were submitted after our show had ended, so we didn't get a chance to show them. And we're going to do that. And then I'm also going to pull up the chat so I can say hello to everybody in there as well. And I'm going to turn that off there. And I'm going to click that button there. So this was a nice drawing done by Carter Artist. And this right here, this one came much later.
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
Yeah.
I don't know, no, it's not Tangora. It would be Tangoroa 28. Tangaroa. That's probably it. Tangaroa 28.
Okay. The artwork was amazing. I'm not gonna lie. And it kept coming through. Like my man did like a billion different drawings. And like the artwork just kept showing up, and every time I got a message on Reddit, I was like, it's another one, and then freak out.
Yeah, it was super exciting. It was too much fun. It's a beautiful piece here by Nina Memes. I'm not sure if this finished during the podcast. I don't think it did.
No,
so I want to
this
make sure it was
afterwards.
on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the little sparkles.
Little stars. So awesome.
Newcroft says you're punishing that name.
The what happened?
For the previous person's name, you're punishing that name.
I'm punishing. I did punish it hard. I totally punished it. I'm also a little concerned that there's a phrase now for that.
There is now a phrase?
I guess there's always been a phrase. Oh, God. Okay.
No.
Obey My Brain had digitally painted each of us, and I think they were finished after he had finished after the podcast.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
There's a portrait of my silly face. I think everyone really captured a weird distant sadness in my eyes, which was concerning. I had to. It's like, oh boy, I better stare into the mirror for a few hours here, and I felt like it's just like this is Funisher. In his spare time, he likes to make art and stare out of windows on rainy days, you know. And then he also made this awesome portrait of you right there.
Yeah. I love the
What
eye.
a week. Yeah, it's amazing.
It was seriously ridiculous. Like, everyone was so amazing. I can't even put into words how amazing everyone's pieces were.
Yeah, it was very overwhelming how awesome that all was.
Like, it actually inspired me to create artwork. Like, the next day, I was, like, jumping all over the place. I was like, right, I need to paint stuff.
I was terrified. I was like, I don't need to make it art anymore. These guys have it covered. I am going to go back to school, get my law degree, study laws. I'm not going to do that. That'd be horrible. And oh my God, I'd be the worst lawyer ever.
Imagine you as the lawyer, right? Just take a moment to appreciate that.
I would a closing statement, and I'd probably end it with a very classy, or I could be wrong. I don't really know. I wasn't there. And then sit down, and then my client would be like, dude, are you serious? And I'd be like, I don't know. What if you are guilty? What if you lied to me too? And they'd be like, you were the worst son ever. Right, here we go. Oh my God, it's gonna get so hot in here.
Right, I'm really hoping that the pencil will show up on this.
Well, you know, you can always like turn the thing and hold it to the camera if it doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, art's fun. I can do this. I can make art. I've made art before. I know what art looks like.
Newcroft says, don't come to England. You'd spend way too many days looking at that mirror. It rains a lot here.
I was in England for like 2 or 3 days. Fun place. Was in London. Was you know, went to a pub. Drank a Fruly. That was interesting.
Drank a what?
There's a drink out there called Fruly. It's like a strawberry beer thing.
Okay.
And I had a feeling if I was drinking that during a football match, as would be said out there, then a bunch of hooligans would probably start punching me.
That's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking that is the girliest drink I've ever heard.
Well, it was a heat wave. And so, like, I'm not going to drink, like, a stout in a heat wave. It was so hot. And then I'd go into the underground in the tunnel, and that would be even hotter because I'm getting closer to the center of the earth because it just keeps getting deeper. It's really weird. It just keeps going.
Yeah, it does get really hot underground.
It's the most hamster I've ever felt in my life.
The most hamster.
And then, so, you know. But yeah, London's awesome. Your guys' museums are ridiculous. It's amazing the museums you can put together when you have an empire for so many years and can pillage all the treasures of the world and then keep them. And then when countries are like, can we have that back? And you guys are like, I don't know. Your guys' museum's probably not fancy enough yet. Get back to us in a few years.
The thing is, we give them back eventually, and then we make a massive deal of it. We're now donating this back to where it rightfully belongs.
Yeah. It's like every time that the museum out here realizes they have some stolen Nazi art, and they're just like, look how generous we are. Giving back the thing that was never ours in the first place.
Alan says, Funisher, come to MCM with Sarah sometime.
That would be so much fun.
Oh yeah, it would. It would be amazing.
We're gonna go
we should put our stall together.
What am I gonna sell in the stall?
I don't know. Platypuses.
Like the real ones, just live platypuses. They'll have a tank of platypuses.
You will get kicked out of COVID so fast, but you could sell in the dealer section.
And we're walking around outside all sketchy in like a trench coat, like filled with platypuses in the lining and the pockets, right? And then just like, hey man, you looking for platypuses? And open up the coat and there'd be like 8 platypuses in there just hanging out.
Oh my god, just like with the little
little things and their little bills hanging out over the edge. And I'd be like, please buy one. They keep stabbing me with their poison toes.
I've died like 5 times.
Oh my god, it'd be so fun to go to an MCM. When's the next MCM?
October. It's every October and every May.
Oh, October's really soon.
Yeah, it is. But you could go for May.
When is it in May? Would they celebrate my birthday?
When's your birthday?
May 17th.
That's a bit early.
It's usually celebrate my birthday in it. Can I make a formal request?
The last weekend.
Okay. So I can be disappointed that they're not celebrating my birthday then. That's fun. Yeah, I'm gonna hit up an MCM at some point. I've never been to like a convention, like a huge. I've been to the Ape convention out here, and that's kind of like the indie comic convention. That was fun.
Not a real convention.
Whoa, wow, okay. What year is this?
I kid.
Jeez.
I kid. It definitely is a real convention.
That's like something I would say. Weird.
I feel like we'll swap this week. I'm gonna like degrade and just shout at everyone.
I think we're bad influences on each other.
Oh wait, how am I a bad influence on you? What do I do?
Well, that's a good point. You see, what I did with the trick there is I just made it seem like you're involved with that, but really you're probably more of a good influence on me, and I'm just a bad influence on you.
Just a horrendous influence on me. You made me stay up all night.
Yeah,
Dude, it took the entire week to get my sleep schedule back after last podcast.
Well, that's on you for having a country that you live in that's on a different time zone than the one I'm in. That's got nothing to do with me.
That's a very American thing to say.
Hey, listen, we work very hard to spread our influence. With our very abusive relationship we have with the entire rest of the world.
Alan just apologized for using caps lock for saying cookies. I feel like the only way to say cookies is with caps lock.
Oh, and this is rough because I don't have the cookie this week.
No.
I know. Isn't that messed up? That's kind of weird.
I ate like an entire thing like that big of bourbons over the past 2 days.
Bourbons? Oh my god. That would be so good.
Yeah.
Is that the one that I need to get at our import store out here and try? Was that the one we were talking about, or was that a different one?
We were talking about Arrow.
That's right. That was Arrows. Yeah. I have had hobnobs.
You're a hobnob.
Well, I should have seen that. I walked right into that one. Those are good.
Who Died says that they like my glove thingies. Glove thingies. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one is a smudge guard, and this one is a pull glove. So I can hold the paper like that without getting like thumbprints, and then I can do that without smudging. And it also protects my hand because I've got hand issues, but whatever.
I just erase my hand and then smudge everywhere because I'm not careful. That's how I roll.
That doesn't sound efficient.
Again, it's another example of the good influence versus. So you can see right here, I already smudged that. That's pretty exciting. Gonna leave that in there.
A smudge guard. You can try it out.
Okay. You said smudge guard.
Acceptable.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I'll send you a platypus.
Okay, that sounds like a fair trade.
I think so. All right. Man, I hope I don't screw this up. That'd be embarrassing.
Oh, you say that every single week, and
every week I say I totally screwed this up already. That's my line.
And then you're like, maybe I should go to ink.
I pull through in the end, and then I solve that problem by going to ink too early.
How does that solve the issue?
Oh, it doesn't. It makes it far worse. I didn't say it was a good idea. Listen, it's just I just have a certain way of doing things. It's not the healthiest way. It's not the best way. It just is a way. I just had to make a decision at some point.
Well, a way is better than no way.
I think so. I hope so.
Dude, new Essex catchphrase, yes way is better than no way.
Yes way is better than no way?
Yeah.
That and you what, mate?
You what, mate? I saw someone write, you having a Google the other day.
Having a Google?
Yeah.
What's that mean? Like that's for Googling something?
Yeah, for like Googling something too much or something like that. You having a Google? Oh,
weird.
I don't think they legit meant that, but I thought that was quite good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Bye, Moocroft.
What? Someone's leaving?
Moocroft is doing a runner. Come back in an hour or half an hour.
Okay.
We're gonna hold you to that. If you're not back here, we're gonna be upset.
Yeah, we're gonna call you out in the thread in the artist lounge. I'm gonna get 4chan to hack your account and dox you. The hacker 4chan.
Dude, the hacker will do it.
The hacker 4chan. Look out. I should spend more time measuring things. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
It's so weird drawing like this. I'll have to move this down. Oh my god, it might attack me. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. I put it up higher so that everyone could see everything, but I think I'm going to screw it up if I do it at a weird angle. Either that or I'll break my neck. One of the two.
Well, let's hope it's not that one. I think that would be a far worse situation.
Yeah, that's more important than necks.
Oh my lord!
I can draw in a neck brace. I think.
Draw in a neck brace?
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fun, but it's manageable.
It wouldn't be fun.
Because usually they're fun. You know, when you have a neck brace on, that's because things are going
really well. I thought you were going to say because usually art's fun, and I was like, that doesn't sound like you at all.
No, that's not something. That is not something I would say. Especially since I pretty much always write to people and describe art as something that happens to you.
What? Although that's kind of true. I agree with that.
Yeah, right? So it doesn't sound so crazy, does it?
Artists in the chat, would you agree with that? Does art just happen to you?
Like, you can practice it and do it, but at some point in your life it happened to you.
That was the day I became an artist. Dun, dun, dun. If you could swap being good at art for something else, would you do it?
Would I, or what would I swap with?
All of the above.
I mean, I guess not. I don't know. But if I did swap, I'd definitely swap with music because that looks like that would be really fun. But the hard thing with music, as it's harder. Like, you can always be kind of an old artist, you know? I mean, you can always be concerned as an artist that, like, oh, I'm behind with my peers, you know what I mean? You can always do that really unhealthy comparison. But as an artist, there's nothing weird or out of place in regards to, you know, being like, you know, in your 50s as an artist. But if you're like in a band and you're 50, 55, playing whatever little show, there's, you know, it could be fine and the music could be good, but there's that inherently like the first response someone might feel is just kind of like, oh, you know what I mean? And then, so that'd be rough. I think musicians have it worse when it comes to those things, but they get to trade that for, you know, you put on a show and then you get to like watch people be like immediately affected by what you do, unless you suck, and then it'd be horrific.
Well, then they're immediately affected, but not in the way that you wanted.
Yeah, not in a good way.
Alan says, Sarah's thoughts right now, what is this white thing that I'm drawing on?
How's it feel? You draw traditional all the time, though, right?
I do draw traditional all the time.
You draw traditional probably more than I do.
That's because you've got like 2 hours a day to draw, which is not
true.
Acceptable.
Well, I don't really know what to do about that. I'm trying to work on it.
No, it's not your fault, but it's not acceptable.
It might be my fault. There's a good chance it's my fault, you know? I don't know. Trying to get that resolved. Gonna figure that one out. It's probably my fault a little bit, but that's all right.
Done something wrong.
Yeah, me too. I really screwed this one up already. Made the eyes too big.
Yeah, I've done something wrong with the eyes as well. I'm trying to figure out what it is. I've either done them too far apart or too close together. And my brain can't
Lower
figure
the
it out.
mouth.
We've seriously swapped this week.
Yeah, we really have. And then since you're feeling under the weather, you had to take medication for it, so you're probably going to get more loopy as it goes on, as opposed to me getting more loopy.
Yeah, I've taken like ridiculous painkillers. So if I like pass out, I will.
That's when things are going to get really interesting.
What would we do if I passed out? We'd just leave the stream on, because I'm the only one who can turn it off.
Yeah, it would just keep going for however long until you came to enough to like go, huh, and then like turn it off. And then I'd have to rock the show solo while you're just like there, like slouched over the table. Or in some weird, like if you pass out, it's kind of like be like fainting. So you might be like just your foot up in the air, you know, some weird position that you fell on the floor, but your legs like tangled in the easel and like on the chair. So we just like see your foot sticking up.
That sounds like a reasonable podcast.
Mm-hmm. It would be an adventure if nothing else, right? And it'd be concerning. I think the chat there would be a lot of, should we like try to contact someone or what do we do? And then I'd be out here like, is it still 911 when it's in England? You know. I'm not a smart man. Let's see here.
It's 999 here, isn't it?
What? Is that your emergency number?
999, yeah. And then we've got 111 for not really an emergency, but I'd like some medical attention.
Mild medical attention?
Yeah, it's like when you want to call to ask if you should go to hospital, rather than 999, it's like all emergencies, and that's like ridiculous emergency. That's like you're going to get paramedics coming and seeing you.
So you have to check if you should. Okay, here's the deal. I threw up. There's a little bit of blood in it, but not a lot. What do you think? Can I wait till morning? Can I wait till morning?
Yeah, that's genuinely what you're doing. I mean, you don't have to call them. It's just you have the option to. And it like a lot of people call them so that they don't clog up the emergency number.
Oh, all right.
That's kind of the idea.
I could see myself using that phone number with a lot of those kind of questions, and it'd probably say, yes, that is an emergency, and I'd kind of go, oh, are you sure?
That's exactly what you end up doing. Because my mum fell over and hit her head, and it was like all cut up. Yeah. And we called the non-emergency number.
Yeah.
And we were asking them, they're like, right, how much is it bleeding? And okay, when did she fall over? Did she black out? All of this. And they're like, you should go to the hospital. And she's like, really? Yeah. And the paramedics arrived, and the paramedics are like, we should really take you to the hospital. And she's like, are you sure? Like, yeah.
Do I have to? Yeah. All right. Let me get my coat. I think I had to call 911 once.
Really?
Well, I can't remember another time. I remember calling 911 when I was working in the bookstore and some dude was at the counter, and it was me, that dude, and it was in a shopping mall, so there was like a mall security guard just kind of hanging out, and the dude just, his eyes roll back, and he just falls back and hits his head on the floor.
Oh
like that total, like you just heard that knock. Yeah, and then I look at him like, that's bad, and then I just see like the pool of blood start like forming behind his head.
God.
And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty bad. And so the mall security is just like, okay, do that. So I called 911, and even in that situation, like I don't, you don't know how 911 works. Like obviously you just say there's an emergency and where you are, but you're kind of like, yeah, so a dude fell over and hit his head. I don't really know why. So I guess send the thing over. They're like, okay, what's going on right now? And I go, and I'm like, I don't know. He's just kind of laying there. I mean, his eyes are open now, but he seems a little dazed, a little lost. And they're like, yeah, anything else? They're like, is he like tense? Or I'm like, no, I mean, he looks like really relaxed. And then they go, relaxed? And I was like, well, not like relaxed, but relaxed. And then we started laughing. So, and then I remembered that I was on the phone with 911, so I had to
And then you're like, right, okay, I need to sort myself out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a guy possibly dying here. Okay, here we go. Back to here we go. And then they sent someone in, but he didn't want to go with the ambulance because that cost money. So he tried to not let them take him.
Oh, that's so stupid. Bloody America.
Yeah, that's America. And then he might have had maybe he was worried about different things that could have been in his system. He was on something. But
just for clarification's sake, Alan says that the number is not 111, it's 101. So
okay.
That's just for clarification's sake, in case anyone is interested.
You call 111 if you want to know what the number was for 101. Yeah, that guy didn't want to go get in the ambulance, so he didn't want to go to the hospital. Very common. That's a very common thing.
Really?
Well, it's expensive, An ambulance ride can set you back like $2,000.
Oh God, really?
Yeah. And then they can end up taking you to a hospital that you don't have insurance at, and then that can get things bad because they'll take you whatever's closest. And ambulances are private companies, so they kind of make their own rules. That's why it's like, if you're bleeding to death, ask yourself, maybe I can do this in a cab, I saw a video online of a kid who was trying to ollie something, and he was skating, and he falls, and he completely snaps his femur in half, which was the most horrific looking thing I've seen in a while. He's rolling around on the ground. He's like 14 years old, and his friends are like, we got to call an ambulance. And he says, don't call an ambulance. I don't have insurance. He's like 14 with a broken leg. And that's the first thing that comes to his mind. Welcome to America.
No, that's awful.
That's actually an injury that can kill you too. So I'm sure they got an ambulance, but that really shouldn't be the first thing on your mind when you injure yourself when you're a kid.
No.
But no one mentioned that. Like, no one addressed how kind of messed up that is. That's the first thing he thought. Like, that was when I heard that. I'm like, I don't even care about the injury. There's definitely a big life lesson I think the country can be learning from this right now. You know, but whatever. Yes, call an Uber. Corey is right. Uber to the hospital. Do you guys have Uber out there disrupting your cab system?
I don't believe we do. We do have something similar. I saw an advert for it on a train, but I don't think it was Uber. So you wanted to talk about careers and like
that's right,
our journeys and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, because so a friend had recently mentioned that they had a friend who had a sister or a niece or something, and anyways, they were interested in becoming a manga artist or making comics and just wondering about advice. And so I thought maybe we should take an episode to we could walk people through the steps that we went to and kind of our own past that led to at least where we are in our different respective areas now. I think your story would be more useful because, I think my story can just, no, there's advice. I got tips. But particularly for this case, your story is far more useful. So, I was going to kind of Charlie Rose this episode. And we're going to walk through the life of Sarah Childs. Unfortunately, I don't have like a sepia tone I can put over or at least like some type of black and white filter. Oh, actually, I might.
Big red book. This is
maybe
your
I
life.
could. Maybe I could switch it to black and white as I'm doing this.
I think that is actually possible.
Do they have a sepia tone?
I don't know. Wait. How do you get to the effects? Wait.
Okay, hold on. That might. There's a Google Effects.
Oh, okay. Use app. We're doing things, guys. It might break everything. No, it adds like stupid hats.
Oh, there's hats, but I'm going through. We got backgrounds, sounds, some facial hair and props. The fancy pants eyeglasses might be useful since this is going to be taking place in England.
How do you put them on?
I don't know. I haven't done it before. I'm kind of scared too that I'll ruin everything if I do.
I'm trying to like click them and they were. Oh wait. Well,
I don't know if it's going to work because my face isn't here. Actually, I'm not even drawing from this photo. This is actually misleading. I'm drawing from a photo back here. It's important to try to get your photo that you're drawing from or whatever your reference may be in your line of sight as best as possible without having to move your eyes too much to see the reference.
I think, I'm doing the complete opposite. My reference is all over here.
So, see, that's a nightmare.
Right, remember it. Go.
That's a nightmare. But you're good at remembering things. For someone like me who has a memory of a goldfish, I need my reference right in front of me.
It's actually really hard to do.
No, it's excruciating to do that. All right, well, let's step back here. We picture a young Sarah Childs. I don't know, like, let's say you're 10 years old, so that would probably be in the year 2007. And all right, so I'm trying to set the scene. I don't know much about your past, so I'm going to base all my assumptions on what childhood in England would be like, just through stereotypes, because as an American, it's what I'm best at. So I imagine you're waking up for school, right? It's sooty outside. There's a lot of soot in the air. And as we've talked before, it's probably in some type of pocket watch / living room clock shop that you go down to, right? You turn on the lanterns.
Yeah,
you turn on the lanterns, Dad puts on the top hat and the cloak and with the fashionable cane, goes off to work. Yeah, he has got the monocle, you know, big mustache, and then mutton chops, and then you know, you have breakfast tea, and then you pack your bag with it's a satchel, a leather satchel that you pack with your lunch tea, and then I'm sure you also had books that were bound up with like that thing, that leather strap, you know, instead of a backpack, it's a book with like the leather strap. I've never understood what that was for, or how that helps.
I love that.
To
like wrap
looks,
it up.
yeah, it looks cool, but I don't understand. Does it make it? Does it work? Don't the books just fall out of the side? Whatever.
No,
Anyways.
no. It's like the outside's like bigger than the papers on the inside, and then it wraps up round, so that it's like it's all combined together into one.
No, but and it like holds all your books together, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a thing like if you had like 5 books and you have like your one rope leather strap thing around all 5, and then you carry them.
Oh, we're thinking about different things. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the thing that's attached to a book. I'm talking about a thing that you hold your books with.
Right.
Anyways, you have one of those, you know. Now, when you go to school at this point in your life, do you have art supplies with you? When did the art start? How old were you when art started?
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Like,
were you like
from
4?
when I could hold a pen.
Okay, so we're going back further.
When I was like, I don't know, 2, I was painting pictures and putting them on the wall. Like, I was just like, there you go. And then mum being like, oh, it's so pretty, and stick it on the wall. It's like, I've always done stuff to do with art. Like,
yeah,
I used to have
further back.
I used to have birthday parties when I was like really little, where I'd meet up with all of my friends, and I remember one of them, and I must have been, I don't know, 7, 6, 7, something like that. Whenever Pokemon, like the anime, blew up, and I was just like, I vividly remember being sat at my birthday party with printouts of Ash and Pikachu, and just like coloring them in and redrawing them and stuff. Like art has literally been my life for my whole life.
All right, that's good to know. So we're further back. There's a baby carriage. It's got like the big wheels and it's huge, right? And like the frilly drapey things on it. It looks kind of like an Edward Gorey drawing. So we got one of those, right? You're drawing on the top of it, all Michelangelo style, but a baby.
Yeah, I'm like 5 months old, and I've got like an entire art set. I've got like charcoal. I'm making a charcoal picture.
Yeah, you do charcoal. You do it. You're using camera obscura effects to get the proportions of the figure done well. You're already way ahead. You already knew what like, David Hockney would later study.
Photoshop 0.1.
You got it all worked out. All right, so you're into Pokemon, into drawing. You had mentioned in his previous podcast you walk on the balls of your feet, and you constantly break your feet when you walk around, correct?
Yeah, on my tippy toes, yeah.
On your tippy toes. You have asthma.
Well, I had asthma for like a week.
Oh. To say the least.
An asthma attack, and then I've never
I would imagine most popular kid in the school. I'll say it right now. Most popular. We're just described the most popular kid in the school.
I used to spend my time at school singing made-up songs and dancing around like a Disney princess, and then pretending to be Samantha Carter from Stargate SG-1, and my friend's name was actually Daniel Jackson, so he played Daniel Jackson, and we would like, his middle name was Jackson, and we would run around like nutters pretending to be Stargate members. That was how cool I was.
What grade's this? I'm afraid to ask. What grade's this? How old are you here?
Well, I don't know what the grade is, but I was like 12? No.
Oh, okay.
No, 9. 11, between 9 and 11, something like that, age.
All right. 9 and 11 years old, already acting like a drama kid. Which is interesting, because then you went the other route, all right? Clearly, coolest kid in school, all right? Probably eating lunch in the library or the bathroom.
I mean, I had so many friends.
So many friends. You just like can't even hang out with all of them. There's so many parties, right? You got them all written out in I don't know what would be the equivalent for that year, but
MySpace? We had MySpace.
You had a MySpace page with the background, with an awkward background that doesn't load evenly of the Stargate SG-1 cast, but it loads off to the side because they never aligned well, and that has like the little flickering banner in the corner.
If you like log onto it, like Linkin Park plays.
Yeah, it's got text boxes and the little stars that flash, you know, and
my MySpace picture was me sat on a guitar amp taking a photograph in a wardrobe mirror. I could not play guitar, but I was like, this is the epitome of cool. It was in black and white.
Yes. Hold on, I need to make a note here. Find MySpace profile. There we go. It's for later. Got to remember to look for that. Jesus, that's awesome. Mine, I had some mask thing I made in, because when MySpace was being used when I was in college. No.
Oh, really?
Like after college or after college, yeah.
Dude, that's how old you are.
And I remember I was at a bar, and I had to go outside because it was one of those days where I was inside too long. I went outside and I went to a bar and I was just reading, which is, how cool is that, guys? Yeah, I was one of those guys. Go read in a bar. That's so, all right. It's like, dude, come on. Who are you fooling? So I'm doing that, and then this group of girls started talking to me, which is weird. It might have been the first time in my life that had ever happened by that point. And then they wrote their MySpace profiles in my book in eyeliner because they didn't have a pen.
Oh my God.
I still have the book. And I was just like, this might be the coolest thing that's ever happened to me at that point. I was like, I will not feel cooler than I feel right now. Yeah, wow. Whew. Age disparity. I am an old fart. Well, that doesn't seem right. I remember using Facebook in college. So maybe MySpace was probably around. I just didn't use it a lot in college. Because Facebook took off when I was in college. Anyways, we're losing focus here. Okay, back to the story. Coolest kid in school. You're making art all the time. You're taking art classes in school, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've always taken art.
Did you find them useful in school?
I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
I learned more on my own than I did in school.
Yeah.
Easily. However, it depends on where you go back to in school. So my GCSEs I really enjoyed, and it taught me to work to a brief. Like it taught me to work to a project brief. And it taught me what to look for in other artists to try and improve my own work. But actually learning, I didn't really learn the fundamentals. They taught to us about tone once. They taught to us about mixing paint, but we never, the stuff that I have to study now to improve myself, I wish we'd studied then.
So what were they spending all their time teaching you then? I don't understand. If they weren't teaching you fundamentals, what were you learning?
So what we were doing was we'd come in and they'd say, okay, our project, we're going to be studying Liechtenstein. It was always Liechtenstein.
Why?
Because screw the planet.
They had a big boner for pop art?
They did, yeah.
That's so... Alright, whatever.
And in particular, Liechtenstein. There was a little bit on Warhol, but a lot of it was Liechtenstein. I think the reason was because it kind of got the people who weren't massively into art into it because they saw the comic book influences. And people could relate to that. And people love drawing the dots and stuff like that, so...
God forbid they actually just study comics.
I know, right? When I learned that basically all of Liechtenstein's stuff was stolen from other artists, I was so irritated.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Because they're like, no, he turned it into art. It's like, no, it was already art, stupids. Anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so, that's a whole other thing. All right.
Essentially, the classes would be set up where we'd study an artist, usually one provided by them, but I was very stubborn and would be like, no, I'm studying this manga artist. And they'd be like, fine, whatever, as long as you do the work. And we'd have to study their life So like we'd do like Frida Kahlo, Liechtenstein, stuff like that, and talk about their life and their work. Watch videos about their life, and like literally everything other than their artwork we'd talk about for quite some time. Then we would have to imitate a piece of their artwork, so like kind of replicate it or do something very much in the style of one of their pieces. And then we would do that for a series of artists throughout the year. And then at GCSE, we would work on like a final piece artwork where it was like sort of based on what we'd studied over the year, and we'd be given like an art project. So there were two types of art that you could do at GCSE, and I did both of them. So there was art and applied art. So art, you did an art project where you would like, what we had to do was make a poster based around a project, based around like an idea, and the idea was children toys. And we'd have to study an artist of our choosing, show that we implemented techniques learned by them, create this piece, and use like symbolism and stuff like that and perspective. But it wasn't really like, they never really taught us how to do perspective properly. And they never really taught us toning. It was like the absolute skim basics of it. And we'd have to show that we understood that in some way. But it was more about like the creativity of it. And then applied art was more focused on what you might do if you were employed. So you didn't do any like paperwork or anything like that, no businessy stuff. It was more like fake scenarios. So one of our fake scenarios was you have to make something to do with London because you've been commissioned by like I can't even remember what it was. It was something to do with like the London Mayor has commissioned you or something like that. And then you have this project which is London, you get a design brief, and then you have to create something based off of that. And you didn't necessarily have to demonstrate any techniques. It was just demonstrating that you could work to a brief and that you could create something that matched what the client would want and that you could explain why. So even if the real client wouldn't have liked what you made, as long as you could write down in like semi-essay like you'd make giant boards and you'd stick up all of your process pictures and be like, well, when I saw that the client really likes the color blue, I really searched for the perfect blue, blah, 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 all of that, right? Until you create this like artsy fancy final piece. And that was essentially what GCSE was. A-level, like, I don't even know what A-level was supposed to be. My A-level did not go well. Like, my first year went very badly. I ended up, I did like an art exhibition. Like I'd set up my own art exhibition and like the teacher took a decent amount of credit for it and the sixth form took a decent amount of credit for it. And it was like, no, my mum and I came in out of school hours and put that on. Like, my teacher was never there for my first year. Like I didn't even have the like brief. They wouldn't even give me like the sheets, like the mark scheme. Like every class I'd ever had, I'd been given a mark scheme, and it was like, right, this is what you have to work to make this work. Like if you want to get an A, you have to hit these points, that kind of thing, right? But when I asked for the mark scheme for this one, for A-level, which is after GCSE, so this is like, I'm like 18 at this point, something like that. And they're like, no, we've never given out a mark scheme ever. And I'm like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Like it was a fight my first year, and another teacher in the department was would walk through, and I was the only student. I just want to say that I was literally the only student, so I had no one that I could look to and be like, right, you're what I want to work to, or you're who I'm going to compete with, or like that I could even compare with. There was nothing I can compare with. Like I had to travel to a school in London to just see other A-level artwork because I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it was awful. Like, and even the teachers struggled to tell me what I had to do. Like, I got given a mark scheme and it was for the wrong project. Like, I went online, I found the correct one and was like, no, this is the correct one. Like, I was the one having to teach myself, and it drove me insane. The second year, I walked into the class with the teacher who'd been walking past me during the first year and giving me advice, and like seeing that there was no teacher in the classroom and that there was no students in the class. Was like, what have you been left to do? And I'd be like, I don't know what I'm meant to do. The teacher has some kind of drama thing that they've got to do, so apparently I'm going to be left here for the next 2 hours or whatever it is. So he'd sit down with me and be like, look, I'm not an A-level teacher, but I'll try and help you as much as I can. So I then requested to have him to be transferred and to have him as my teacher for the next year. And they were like, well, he's not an A-level teacher, so he can't teach you A-level. And I was like, I don't care, he's taught me more than my current teacher. So the next year I had him, and he was great, but unfortunately, the way that I'd walked in meant that I couldn't walk out with a good enough grade. Like, I walked in, and he said, the best grade you're going to walk out of here with is a C, because of the previous year's projects would bring me down too far. So we just like worked our butts off, but yeah, it was a nightmare. It was like literally the worst thing.
So I mean, pretty much, school was a very underwhelming experience.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
you, from the sound of it.
At the end of that, I got a place at the School of Visual Arts in New York, Manhattan. And they said, you'll be good enough for the scholarship. And there was no way I was going to get there without the scholarship. It was impossible. Yeah. Like, even if I ignored all of the costs of like the technology, the travel, the building, if I ignored all of that, the straight up cost of the uni was, or college for you guys, was $30,000 a year for 4 years. Like, no, yeah. I've never heard of anyone having that kind of money. So I needed the scholarship. And when I got the place, like, I freaked out. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And everyone was so supportive. Everyone was like, you're going to get it. You're going to get the scholarship. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're going to be there. Like, and then I started writing, like, to get the place, I wrote the first book. So I wrote the first book of my series. So for people who don't know, I'm a manga artist. I have two 200-page graphic novels. Now, before the first official 200-page graphic novel came out, I wrote a 40-page one, and I got it perfect bound as 40 pages, which is very hard to do. It's very hard to find a printer that will do that for you, but it was really important to me that it looked like the real deal. I basically created that, and that's what I presented as part of my portfolio to the School of Visual Arts, and they said that was one of the things that basically got me the place. So during my A-levels, I'd been making that. So I put so much work into this, and then everything went wrong. So I then got a call to do with my end-of-year exam art piece, and they said, your art piece isn't good enough to get you a C grade. They said that what you've created for us, unfortunately, can only get about half the points of the total points. And I was like, well, what do I do? I've just handed it in. They're like, well, you've got a weekend. That's all you've got. So I had a weekend to design and create an entire new final art piece. So I did that, which basically killed me, right? I then handed that in. And like the art piece I had to create, basically, I snapped, right? At this point, so much stress being built on me. Like, I'm doing my exams, and in the middle of that, I'm making a book. Like, I'm like, right, I'm starting my career. I'm traveling to America, standing in front of people, handing them my portfolios and being like, please look at this. Like, the amount of craziness that happened within a month was just insane. And then I get this call, and they said, well, they essentially said that what I created was too traditional. And they said that based off of the criteria that it had to hit that wasn't good enough. It had to be more modern. It had to. They said that my working up to it had been very good, and unfortunately, I'd got taken a step back with what I'd finally completed. And basically, what I made was like a 6 foot by 3 foot or 4 foot, whatever it was, traditional acrylic painting of a landscape. They said, no, you need to do something that has symbolism, that makes people think, that kind of thing. And it did have symbolism because the subject that I'd chosen was wonder and awe. So the idea was that I was making something that would make you feel wonder and awe, right?
Yeah.
Now, I had a backup topic, which was angels and demons, which I've been doing my essay work on. And they said, do a final piece to do with that because it would be stronger. And I just snapped because I've been working so hard on this. And I basically sent them an email, which I regret and I apologized for, which basically broke down to me saying, fine, I'll just make a bloody book or something, or I'll make a statue head out of blood because that'll be good enough because that's what artists like nowadays.
Referencing the YBA artist.
Exactly, right? I basically listed off a ton of those and was like, that is what would get me points, but actually painting a picture wouldn't. They were like, all right, calm down. I'm like,
no, you had every right to be that upset though. When it's that predictable that this is what they want, it's like okay, what do you need me to do for your brand now? You guys clearly want to be in a contemporary brand because there's a lot of money in it. So what thing do you need me to make for you that will help your school fall within that brand?
Well, it wasn't to do with the school at all. The school that I was at was great. Now the school was very complicated. I was at one school for GCSE. They then combined with 2 other schools that were located in the local area to create a school in the middle of them, which was what we did at A-level. So students and teachers from all 3 schools would come together for the middle school to teach you A-level, which is why everything went wrong, basically. So I was getting teachers who were GCSE teachers who'd never taught A-level. I was working with students who came from very different backgrounds than what I was used to. I'd been it's going to sound so stupid, but to me at the time, I had been working at A-star level for the whole several years or whatever it was that I was at that initial school. And that initial school was the kind of school that was very we are the best in the world. It was that kind of atmosphere that they tried to make you feel the way you had to act. And combining it with these 3 other schools, it added great things in that I got to meet loads of other people I never would have met. But at the same time, it did create a weird mixture where no one knew what they were doing. No one knew. Everyone was starting for the first time. We were the first students into that school, and they were also all the first teachers in that school, and it was their first time teaching A-level and stuff like that. It was stuff was bound to go wrong, basically.
There's no organization yet.
Exactly. It's picked up so much better now, and I hear great things from them now, and so many of my brother's year and that have come out and they've done really well. But we were the first students ever in there, so stuff was going to go wrong. So it wasn't the school trying to put off a brand; it was the examiners looking for something specific. And that, the impression that I got was that my teachers liked my work, but that it wasn't what was necessary for the exam board.
But what makes me wonder is why did the examiners want to see that work so much?
God knows. I don't know. The thing was, none of the teachers had taught this before. So they'd never dealt with the examiners before, so they didn't know what to expect. And there were no other students, and there were no other, local schools that were doing this. So it wasn't until I travelled all the way to London that I saw anything that was vaguely similar to what we had to do. But anyway, so that happened. Then I completely failed my ICT stuff because I'd spent the whole time working on art, but it completely stressed me out. Then I was sick in my history exam, like so sick that my teachers were walking up to me and asking me, "Are you all right?" Like I was like laying on the table because the stress just like destroyed me. And then I phoned up the university and found out that I hadn't gotten a scholarship. And I shut down. Like, I completely shut down. Like, I've never been that, I don't know, I don't even know how to describe, just gone. Like, I stopped drawing. I'd never stopped drawing in my life. Every single day, up until that point, for as long as I could remember, I had drawn something. Every single day. And then for a week, I just sat in my room on the floor. And I was like, I'm done. I was like, what do I do now? Like, my entire life had built up to that.
Yeah.
And then I went to a convention and I started selling my book.
Was that okay? Okay, so here's the thing. So let's kind of go back again. So by this point, you have made a book and you got it bound. All right. So before getting to the convention, I was gonna say intervention part. It's like, no, this was not an intervention. You went to a convention, not an intervention. So the process of making a book.
Okay.
So sometimes there's two routes. You know, you either try to get, well, I'm not sure. I mean, there's either self-publish or have a publisher publish, and you went on the self-publish route. So how did that? So your first decisions, you're sitting down, you're like, you're going to tell a story. How did you start? I mean, obviously people have ideas for stories, but how did you actually start? What rules and what did you do to apply to actually start manifesting this thing into a real book? You know, that not just the thing of like, oh, working on this, but like what there's hurdles. You mentioned having trouble finding a publisher that could do the binding the way you wanted, etc. Like, where do you begin that journey and that research? Like, you want to make a book, so where does it start there?
What I'll say first is that the way I did my first book wasn't the way to properly do it. The first book was kind of like a tester, and it wasn't until I made Courage and Hope. So Contagion was the first one, essentially, like, but it's not actually registered. It's not registered as a published book.
You didn't get an ISBN number or whatever?
Yeah, it's not an official book. It's not published by anyone. It's just, it was a thing that I made and I sold it and I made it as a thing. And I did register as a company before I started selling it. So all of the legal work was correct. It's just, as an entity, as a book, it wasn't done properly. So take what I say for this first one kind of with a grain of salt. So I guess I'll go through a series of questions. So, like, one, how did I know that this was the one I wanted to turn into a proper book?
Yeah.
So, I mean, as artists and as writers, everyone in chat and us guys, we come up with a billion ideas a day. Like, except when you've got writers or artist block. But we come up with loads of ideas, and some of it doesn't get written down, some of it does. So, how did I decide this was the story I was going to do? I guess. So I woke up one day when I was like 12 or something like that, really early before school, and it was kind of like early dawny, dusky weather. You know, where it's just kind of hazy and a little bit orange with the sun coming through, and I was really tired. And I looked out at the sky, and to my little eyes, at that age, I saw a dragon in the sky. Now, in reality, it was the silhouette of a heron, like a crane. And that silhouette is the Geisra logo. So that was the inspiration. That was the first inspiration. Then I watched Princess Mononoke, which is an amazing film. And the following 2 nights, I had dreams about this forest that's, if you read the book, it's very inspired by Princess Mononoke. You can see the inspirations in there. And that was kind of that's where I came up with the story, and I started writing it down. I was going nuts, like writing it down. Then I added in the dragon that I'd seen that had been inspiring me so much. Like I was walking to school and being like, I need to train to be a warrior so I can be a dragon rider. Like that's how much it had affected me. And I combined those two things to come up with the story, and then I couldn't shake the story out of my head. Like every single day at school, I would have a little, like a blank notepad, and I was drawing the pages for it. Like, and I was sitting with my friends, and I'd be like, right guys, you have to help me come up with characters and stuff. Like, I'll base characters off of you guys and things like that. And like Star and Emmy and Car, they were all based off of my friends. And I just kept redrawing it. And then I went, right, this is what I want to do. Like at age 13, 14, I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to be a manga artist. And I want this book to be the first one. So that's how I decided on which one I was going to do. Now
at age 13, 14.
Yeah.
Wow,
the first book,
really early.
the first book I got printed at age 17. So, like for timescale wise, so I kept redrawing it until that time.
I should point out that any beginning artists or artists that are looking towards this path, it's a very uncommon to have a book published by the time you're 17. So don't let that don't let that be discouraging, because that's you were very early in that process.
And there was also a lot of mistakes with it that I wouldn't have made if, say, I started it now. Like, there was so much. Like, it got to a point where I couldn't even look at Contagion. Like, I was like, we're not selling this ever again. I hate it, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't really hate it because it had meant that I'd created Courage and Hope and then Wisdom and Strength. Which are, for those who don't know, those are the names of the full 200-page books. Now, the actual logistics of making the first book. Now, I wasn't directly involved with most of it. I was very lucky to have a very supportive family. And my mum worked in education. She was like, well, if you want to make this a real thing, if you want to really do this, then let's get it printed. And I was like, oh, that's not going to happen, is it? And she was like, no, let's get this printed. So she contacted a printer at her school. And for those wondering, if you're looking to contact a printer, go to a convention. Some of the printers sell at conventions. If you can't go to a convention, speak to, look for local photographers, printers. If you're in school, ask the Reaper Graphics where they get their stuff printed. If you don't have any of that access, Google online printers. Trust me, graphic novel printers, book printers, even like you can find printers like there's things like Inky Little Fingers and stuff like that where you have online forms and you fill it in. So at this time in my life, my mum basically spoke to the printer sort of on my behalf and kept giving me the nudge, like, just do it. Like, if you want to do it, just go ahead and do it. And then, so I'm paying attention to the picture as well. So I then went and visited them and explained what I wanted. And I was a very stubborn child, very much a very stubborn child. And I had a very specific look for what I wanted the book to be. And I wanted it to be perfect bound, because I wanted it to look like the kind of manga that I have sat on my shelves. And over my summer holidays, I'd written and drawn the book just on A4 paper, just sketching out, like, not thinking too much about it. I didn't do thumbnails when I did it, like I do thumbnails for the ones that I do now, but at the time I was just playing around, really. Oh my god, it's 3 a.m. So yeah, I just had fun with it and enjoyed it, and that's the advice that I give to anyone who wants to do graphic novels or comics. Enjoy it, because if you enjoy it, someone else will enjoy it. because the art quality of that first book is not good. The writing quality of that book is meh, but people loved it. Like, people my age at the time loved it, and I think they loved it because I think they felt the enthusiasm that I put into it. So I walked up to this printer and I said, I want it to be perfect bound. And he was like, you can't get it perfect bound. It's 40 pages. You need something like at least 50 pages to get it perfect bound. And I was like, no, this has to be perfect bound, please. And he went, all right, we can get it perfect bound, but you have to do high quality paper. So essentially, you have to have a certain thickness before you can get it perfect bound. So basically, I kept asking him, what do I need to do to make it so you can do this? And then vice versa. And then when you send stuff to a printer, that's like the most stressful time in your life. You have to get everything onto, like, I use InDesign. So, I have to explain this. InDesign, for those of you who haven't used it, is essentially like, it's an Adobe product, software, and it lays out the pages for you. So if my hands are pages, it tells you, okay, this is page 1 and this is page 2, or the opposite, because mine was manga, so mine read right to left. So then you can pull the images, like the scans of it, into the pages like that, and then you can input the bleed and the margins. Now, a lot of printers, they have different bleeds and margin recommendations, or I can't think of the words, like, for what they want. So if you are planning on making one, I highly recommend, before you do all like the digitizing of the books and stuff, before you like start uploading it all into your software, contact them and be like, right, what bleed do you want? What margin do you want? What's the cutting size? Where's the safe margins? Like, the margins and the safe margins are separate things. So get it all clarified. Make sure you understand what all the terminology is. Make sure that you've got it saved as the right file. So, like, if you're doing color work, make sure it's saved as CMYK and not RGB. All of that, just like research it. And if there's anything you don't understand, ask the printer. They print like 5 billion things a day, right? Ask them, they know what they're doing. So you get it put into InDesign, then you export it as a PDF. That's what gets sent to the printer. They then usually they reply with their PDF version that they've received and that they've gotten ready for print, so that you can check they haven't done anything wrong. Because sometimes they like transfer the files across to other machines and things like that. And I've found sometimes that some of the pages have been doubled and things like that, and they can be like, right, make sure that all of the text and everything is correct before you print it. Then they print it, and then they send you like 5 boxes of books. And then you sit there and you open a box and you're like, a box of books. And then you have a box of books to shift, and that sits in your room all day for the rest of the year. So getting books printed is actually way easier than I think people think, right? Literally, you find a printer, which is not that hard. You Google printers, you contact the printer and ask them what they need. They say, you can do it within this date and this date. You send them the files on the correct date and don't delay them.
Yeah, right.
And then they send you a box of books. Like, it's way simpler than anyone thinks.
Yeah, it's a matter of just contacting them, just reaching out, you know.
I know everyone hates this phrase, but when it comes to comics, I completely believe that the answer, just do it, right? Just do it, right? That is how you get stuff done. Like, you just Google it and you'd be like, right, how do I do this? Okay, there we go, and send it, and oh my god, all of a sudden a box of books is at your door. Yeah,
and like, so, you know, a hurdle you could run into that, you know, for everyone it's going to be different, is like you need a box of books, and then it's ordering a box of books isn't cheap.
No.
You know, so
that's a reason to go with a publisher. So I'm self-published. Because of that, I take on all of the costs that are involved. A publisher can take on a lot of the costs for you, but then you have to you will lose some of the freedom. You will have to meet certain qualifications, but like certain like things that they ask for, like whatever it is. They'll be like, you can only make this amount of pages, and we're gonna check. You can't do a book that's about this, blah 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 blah. But they'll take on a lot of the costs for you. They'll do almost all the paperwork. They're the ones who purchase the ISBN. So for those of you who don't know, to become a publisher, you purchase a set of numbers. They're called ISBNs. And if you look at a book, so you got your barcode. There we go. The barcode is created by using the ISBN. So the number along the bottom is like the identification number. That is the ISBN. And then this one, that allows you to sell it in different countries and stuff like that. So if you go to the front of any book, if you're making a book, you have to have a page. This is by law. You have to have a page that says the title, the volume, who it's by, who published it, and sometimes you put the editors on here. And then the next page after that, depending on your publisher's things, is all of the editors on there, the publisher, how to contact the publisher. You have to use if you're self-publishing, you have to use real addresses and real phone numbers and stuff like that. If you don't have that, then it can be illegal. The copyright information goes on this page, and then there's your ISBN, right? So if you type that ISBN into any like website, or if you call up like W.H. Smith or something like that, or Barnes and Noble, and you quote that ISBN, they can tell you if they have this book. So it costs like £180 for 10 numbers, something like that, or £100 for 10 numbers. And that's how you become a publisher. You buy them in batches of 10 or 20, or I think there's like a 50 number one. And then for every type of book you have, so for example, if you had this book, if this was the one you'd made, then you'll have an ISBN for the paperback version. If you made a hardback version, that would have another ISBN. If you made a online only, like a ebook, that has its own ISBN as well. So if you had made like a CD version, that has its own ISBN. Anything that's published that is in a different format or even a different version, like if this was first edition and you make a second edition that has like significant edits in it, that has to have its own ISBN. So you can see how those 10 ISBNs that you purchased at the beginning, how they can get eaten up very fast. So before you do any like purchasing, it's very important to think about how you're going to spend that. But if you go with a publisher, they've already got all the numbers, right? You don't have to worry about any of that. Some publishers, like if you get certain good deals with publishers, they'll like book your conventions and stuff like that. Like some publishers include agents with them. Like I know Sweat Drop is one that we have here, and they do a lot of stuff for comic artists and comic writers, where they'll help you get into conventions, they'll help you get on their Sweat Drop stalls at conventions, stuff like that. Like they'll, rather than you, like if I have to book a convention, right, I have to kind of anticipate when they're going to send the email. So I'll be like, right, so October MCM is October, so maybe around July or June, they'll start asking for tables, right? Then it's going to sell out in an hour, right? Guaranteed, it will sell out in an hour. So you have to every day have your email up and be like, okay, now it's up. You book, you pay immediately. That's the biggest killer. You've got to pay for the conventions as soon as you book them. So if you've got like an entire convention season over maybe summer to autumn, right? You're paying out for like 5 to 10 conventions all in one go, because they all ask for it like at the same, like within weeks of each other. Like I had to pay for Manchester MCM and then Glasgow MCM within like a month of each other, and that's a decent amount of money. That's like hundreds of pounds worth of money that I'm paying out within a month. And I'm an artist, I don't make much money. So some publishers, say some, will do some of those things for you. So they'll do the contacting. That depends if you get an agent with the publisher and stuff like that. So if money is a big issue for you, then I definitely recommend going with a publisher. But oh my god, one, haggle with them, and two, really talk about the things they're going to give you, and talk to other publishers, and send your work to so many publishers, and make sure it's like copyrighted under your name in some way. Like, do not like send any of this stuff to anyone who's going to create their own book based off of it and things like that.
Okay, here's the thing. If you're taking the publisher route, how would one pursue a publisher? You mentioned some publishers give you an agent, but from talking to some writer friends, sometimes they try to find an agent first that can then find them a publisher. Should you try to find how would a person? What would be a smart way for someone to start looking for a publisher?
I've never dealt with an agent, so I know nothing about dealing with agents. A lot of people have said to me, "Oh, you should get an agent," and I know nothing about it, so I'm not gonna even start on that. I know about as much of it as you would, so but publishers, you go, who do I want to publish my work? Who is trustworthy? Like, for example, you can't do it now because they've shut down, but Tokyo Pop, if you were a manga artist, you might go, right, I want Tokyo Pop to publish me. And then you either send it to them or you walk up to their headquarters and you're like, look at my work. And you just send it to as many publishers as you can until someone responds. It's kind of like being like working in the drama industry and having to walk up to auditions all the time and seeing if anyone replies. It's that kind of thing.
Would you say that there are different avenues that can help, like going to conventions? Could you meet publishers at conventions? Is there you know what I mean? There's like because there's sending things out blindly. At least this is in my experience in the gallery world. You can just submit, and sometimes galleries will show it. We've done it at MySpace in Oakland, and quite a number of our shows were people that just sent art to us, and all that mattered was the art. But when you hit I imagine with publishers, when they hit a certain scale, it's connections you have. Do you go to the bar that all the people that work at the publisher, they all go to this one bar when they get off work? Do you just go there and just kind of, try to befriend people? You know what I mean?
I'd say that 90% of the people I talk to are self-published.
Okay.
And the only people who are published with other people are the kind of people who are actually published, are aiming to get their stuff on store shelves.
Yeah.
I would recommend getting to know those people. Right now, that's really hard to say because it's like, how do you even start with that? But when I made Contagion, I walked up to Waterstones and I said, "Is there anyone here I can talk to about graphic novels?" And they went, "Yeah, we have our resident graphic novel person here." And they brought him over. Turns out he sells at MCM every single year. He stood there and chatted to me, and he showed me his book on their shelves. He gave me so much advice, right? Walk up to bookstores and say, "How do I get this advice? How do I get my stuff on your shelves?" And ask the person who is in your country who can physically do it, right? Stand in front of them and ask them, because then they point you towards the correct people. So like this guy was like, "Okay, I got it with this publisher, blah, blah, blah. I got it with this printer, blah, blah, blah. I had to get," he was like, "If you want to get your stuff on Waterstone's shelves, you need to be published. Like, you can get it there self-published, but you need to be like Twilight to be able to do that." So speaking to the people who have done it, or who have connections to the people who have done it, is the best way to get that information for your local area. Go to conventions and talk to people who look more professional, I would say. People who have ISBNs on their book. People who have like 10 books stacked up next to each other. Like, for example, there's the Twisted Dark guys. They were published by TPub. Now, I don't know if that was set up by them or not, but they were TPub. And you can tell that they're professional. You can look at their store and tell it. You can see they have like 5 books coming out a year minimum. They have ISBNs and barcodes on everything. They can say, okay, if you aren't able to buy it this weekend, you can buy it on Amazon. And to be able to get stuff on Amazon, you need to be able to send it to a fulfillment agency, which means that you need ties with publishers. Even if you're the publisher, you need a way to be able to send it to distributors. Like, you can tell the people who know what they're talking about. So speak to them at conventions, at bookstores. But the people who I've spoken to who are published, they sent their stuff out blindly. And they sent it to as many people as they could, and they were doing it for years. And
that's an important thing to emphasize. It takes a long time. You have to just get used to the rejection. It takes a long time.
J.K. Rowling got rejected like hundreds of times before anyone ever said yes to her. Like, it just takes a very long time to get published, and to be published by someone good. Because you can get published and that publisher give you no help. You might as well have self-published, right? They give you a number and then they're like, good luck, sort yourself out. And to me, that destroys the point of getting a publisher. You might as well save up the £100 and publish it yourself. I mean, it does take off a lot of the money to get published because you don't have to pay the printing costs. You don't have, like, all of that. But sometimes it's not worth it. So really talk. If someone says yes to you, if someone listens to you, really start asking the nitty-gritty questions about how your work is going to get affected. Because at the end of the day, they need you, right? If they didn't have people sending them books to get published, they wouldn't be a company, right? They wouldn't be able to send out new stuff all the time. So if your stuff is good and they're talking to you, they need you, right? So talk to them properly, haggle with them, have an interesting conversation with them, and don't be like too proud or too douchey about it, but do understand that they need to talk to you and other artists and writers like you. So they're going to give you the time, and let yourself have that time with them. There are some publishers who do go to conventions. So Sweatdrop is one of them. That's a UK one. I don't know if it does international, I'm not sure. But they're very good. People like Emma Vicelli got their work through that and then have like exploded afterwards. So Sweatdrop's very good. And I think mostly in the fact that they will look after you. They will like raise you up as a young artist and then send you off into the world and still have your back. And a lot of people who have published with Sweatdrop, I have seen actually working for Sweatdrop as well, where they'll be working to introduce people to it and working at the convention, standing behind the stall and being like, this is Sweatdrop, this is what we do, that kind of thing. People like Marvel and DC, I know that there's issues with Comic-Con at the moment, but usually, although maybe not this year, usually there'd be a Comic-Con and you'd be able to talk to either artists and writers who have gone through them or them themselves. And even like a lot of artists that are to do with Marvel and DC and Pixar and Disney, at these shows they'll do like portfolio reviews and things like that, and that can give you a really good idea of what the industry's looking for, so that you can make yourself interesting to them, and so that you can get them to turn around and pick up that phone call and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that's all I can think of. Like there's a lot of different, like Dark Horse as well, Titan Comics. Like a lot of people do online stuff. Titan Comics is great for that. If you're interested in being as a part of that like Western comics world, Titan Comics has amazing references on their Tumblr, where they allow you to send your stuff to them, but they also have guidelines for how to write scripts, how to come up with a storyline that they're interested in, what key things they're not interested in. Like, for example, one of the things they state is that they don't want to see a female protagonist that's backstory based around a rape story, for example. So things like that you might think are really like great and different, they've seen a billion times, and they're publishing, like they're writing out, we've seen this thing a million times, don't send it to us. And that's really important to you. So definitely look at the Titan Comics Tumblr. And just research, like Google so much stuff, like Google like particular publishers that you're interested in, Google for a list of publishers, Google for local publishers. Like, for example, I know about Sweatshop because they're local. Look for people who are similar for your area. That's the advice I'd give for that. But I chose to do self-publishing just because I wanted full control on everything. And luckily I had savings and a family that was willing to support me to help me to do that. But yeah, hope that helps.
Fortunately nowadays, so I wasted a lot of money when I was younger buying books and buying movies, because you had to buy movies back then, like DVDs and shit. And, you know, and back when you had to actually buy CDs, or if you get into vinyl. Advice I'd give to artists and aspiring artists is to live light. Don't buy a lot of shit, because your opportunities might take you Lord knows where, and it's a lot harder to jump on those opportunities if you have a whole collection of shit in your life you have to manage and pay the space for. And it's also so expensive.
Savings are so useful. Like, the ability to, when someone walks up to you and they say, let's do this project, and you're able to say yes because you've got that little bit saved behind to be able to do it, that's important.
Yeah, that's really important. And it's, you know, it's hard. You have to start prioritizing what can you spend money on, you know, what's important to you. I spent way too much. I was bored. I was bored in a suburb and worked in a bookstore, and I spent so much money on books. And it's just, at a certain point in my life, it just became this thing like, now I have to get rid of them. And the thing is like, had I not spent that money on those books, I could be far more prepared for a lot of potential situations. And because it not only does it cost the money, but it costs you space in your life you have to manage. So I say live light and don't collect things, because all that money you spend on collecting things, you could be saving towards publishing your first book. You could be saving for tables at conventions. There's more important things to spend money on.
I think the only thing I would say that's kind of contradictory to that is do increase your visual library. So your visual library being the content in your head that you can draw upon to create artwork and stories.
Yeah.
It is important to have a massive range of topics in there. Like, when I was a kid, I was very much the tomboy kind of girl. So if something was pink, I wouldn't look at it. If someone said to me, you need to wear makeup, or you should try out makeup, I'd be like, nah, whatever, go away. Or I never learned how to do my nails properly. I'm awful at doing my nails. Like, I was that kind of a girl. But now that I've started to get into fashion and start to actually open my mind a little bit to the fact that actually it's okay to be a girl, I've started to realize how bloody important fashion and makeup is in learning about facial structures and creating character designs. Like, the amount of stuff you can learn from just looking at other things around you. Like, even if you're a guy and you don't happen to be interested in makeup at all, but you want to create characters and you want to draw ladies, I would highly recommend just watching the odd makeup tutorial, because you'll learn about contouring and blushes and creating different eye effects with different shapes. And like, this is stuff that I've only just started to learn, but it's meant that I've improved my ability to draw so much better. And I think a lot of content you can get free on the internet, but I couldn't create my books if I didn't buy manga. If I hadn't gotten obsessed with manga as a kid, I wouldn't be making manga. If I didn't have the series of manga that I have here, then I wouldn't know how to lay out a page and how much writing you should put in a bubble and stuff like that. Being part of the world that you want to sell to will help you in understanding what will do well. So I think I agree with you, live light and save money, but don't block yourself off from the world you're trying to get into, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you have to study, but
and it can be fun.
Be selective. That's my advice, is be selective. because it can overwhelm your opportunities very fast if you're not selective. This is coming from someone who, like, when I get into something, like, I obsess over it. Like, when I'm interested in some type of creative pursuit, whatever it is, I go all in and I go nuts for it. Like, that's how I always been with art and everything. So it's kind of like, if I'm into, like, if I got into comics, I'm gonna suddenly have like 3 bookcases of comics, and that's like where everything's gonna go. And in some cases, cool, but in lots of cases, oh boy, like it didn't need to get to that level. And the only reason I had to bring it up is not specifically my own case, but I'd seen that happen with a number of friends, and we all then had to spend a bunch of time in our lives trying to get rid of this stuff, because after you move a couple times, it's like, I can't do this. Like, or if you live somewhere, like you live like out here, or in the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and it's super expensive. There's a good chance you're going to move a lot, and if not, you're going to live somewhere really small. And you might, but you might not. Fortunately, the internet makes this a lot more manageable.
Or even moving in with someone, like the amount of space, like all of a sudden you've got to fit 2 people's lives into one place.
Yeah. That is that's tricky. But like, thinking about it, it's like, I'm trying to think, I'm just, because I'm curious where you left off before. You said, so school just drops out, right? And that's a scary thing for any artist, if like you were banking on school being your next step, because a lot of people, I think, assume that you have to take the school route. School can be helpful, huh?
It still scares me.
Oh, like, it's always a scary idea.
Sometimes I wake up and I'm just like, I should have gone to school. I'd be further if I was at school. And then sometimes I wake up and I'm like, no, complete opposite. Like, it's a mess in your head.
Yeah, there's no way to guarantee school will help. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it's great for people. Sometimes it's not great for people. But the most important thing to remember is that if any of these steps don't work out, it's the battle's not over by a long shot. There are so many avenues and paths you can take that are traditional ones, and lots of the traditional ones aren't working anymore. Coming from someone who spends a lot of time around the gallery world is kind of falling apart. It's really interesting to watch it happen, because there's successful galleries, sure, but everything is switching to different markets and whatnot, and that happens with everything. And so what seemed like the way you became an artist back then in the fine art world is drastically changing, and that's going to apply in any field. So the avenues you have to promote yourself and your comics and what you do are growing every day, and there's different ways to get followers and to meet communities of people and kind of get in a thing. It's so important to find a community, and to start meeting people in the field, even if it's a matter of just having a group of friends that all make comics together. As long as you are there for each other, that's the thing. Because at some point, what will happen is you'll also have friends that they'll have opportunities and then they'll just kind of disappear. But you'll also have friends sometimes that will like look out for you. If there's an opportunity that comes up and maybe they can't jump on it, maybe they pass it off to you, or maybe they can introduce you to people that would be good to know,
Yeah, I literally did that the other day. There was a commission I've been asked to do, and it just, I didn't have the time to do it. So I sent them a list of like a bunch of artists that I knew that were friends of mine that I trusted. And I said, and I basically broke down their styles for them, and I said, this is how to contact all of them.
Yeah. So, I mean, there you go. You never know. And so meeting people is so important. And it doesn't matter if you're antisocial or you don't go out much. Like, there's so many avenues to meet people. There's like not really an excuse to not meet people anymore.
And you'll get more confident just by doing it.
Yeah, that is one of the, I think, most important things, So, because like for you, the whole school thing drops out. A really scary experience to suddenly be in, not knowing what you're going to do. You walk into your first convention. Was that your first convention?
I think so. I can't remember if I'd done one before that, but I think this was my first convention.
So did you go in this one to sell your book that you self-published, or just as a witness?
So it wasn't self-published. So this was Contagion. So this was the like tester book.
That's right.
So this was the one I'd made for my art portfolio. And I sold it at the convention, mostly to friends, friends who visited me. And this was at MCM in 2011. I just set up my company, Geyser Inc., so that it could be written under that name and stuff like that, and that I could have Geyser Inc. written above me. And the convention was quite small, like the comics area in comparison to what it is today. And it was amazing. So I sat opposite Bernard Chang, who is a artist for DC. The DC or Marvel? Supergirl is what he worked on mostly. He's worked on Wonder Woman as well. Sorry, I don't know much about the comics world. It's an issue. I should do, but I will. So I sat opposite him, and I did commissions for £3. So I said £3 for a commission. I'd never done a commission.
That's so little. That's so little money. What were you thinking? No, anyways.
I don't even know what I was thinking. I've never done commissions in my life, and I said I'll draw you for £3. And then I did like the most detailed little pro marker pieces that I could do for £3. I drew this. Oh crap! I just messed up that line. I drew this little girl with like little ear things on her head, and I drew someone who I actually saw at one of the last conventions that I went to, who is now selling her own manga, which blew my mind. Like she was like a little girl who come and asked to draw me, and now I see her selling her own work. So that was epic.
That's awesome.
So yeah, and I got like a ridiculous crowd. Like, oh my god, it was insane. Like just all over me, like trying to climb over the table to see what I was drawing. There were people like this close to me, like right here, like looking over my shoulder. I'm like, do you mind? I'm trying to draw. It was ridiculous. But and there was like a line to get drawn by me. It blew my mind. And then Bernard Chang walked over to the table just to see what I was. Well, actually, no. It was the lady that was with him who walked over to the table first, and she asked what I was doing. I explained about the book, and then she noticed that I kept looking over at Bernard Chang, and she said, "Oh, are you a fan of his work?" And I said, "Yeah," and I said that I'd seen his work on the website and I really liked it, and that it was really cool to be sitting opposite someone in the industry. And now, bearing in mind, at this point, I was the most timid little creature you've ever seen in your life, right? I would not talk to anyone. The only reason I was at this convention was because my mum had nagged me to be there, right? And most of the time, she was the one talking to me because she would man the stall with me. And I'd just be like a little turtle, like curled up, and be like, I'll just draw you, there you go, and then give the artwork. And then Bernard Chang walked over to the table and looked at my work for a little while, and then he just said some really inspiring stuff. Like, he looked at my comic and he said I had a lot of potential and that I was doing stuff that they didn't have in the industry at the time, and that he looked forward to seeing what I would create in the future. And then he gave me some of his, they're not how to draw books, they're kind of like sketchbooks. Like, they're from the Boulevard crew. All of their like sketchwork and explaining what they did in it, and I've now like they're probably the most looked at books that I have. Like I'm always opening them up to get ideas, and it was from that moment on I was like, I'm going to be doing conventions forever. And suddenly I'd gotten the drive back to draw, and that's kind of what spiraled me into what I do now. Like I just kept doing it. I kept booking the conventions. Then I contacted printers. Then I kept drawing. I drew a page every single day. Like, people would contact me and be like, "When's the next book coming out? When's the next book coming out? I need to find out what happens to Aiki." Like, and then I was like, I've got a fan base on day one, Like, that's ridiculous. Like, the fan base was like 3 people, but it was a fan base, right?
No, that works. Whatever the fan base may be, like even if the fan base is like 5 friends, you know, that's all that matters. Like, it's amazing how far even just having some friends follow something can go, you know.
And like, we had Alan in the chat earlier, who is someone who has come to every single convention I've ever been at. And I don't know if it was the very first convention or the second convention that he saw my work at, but it's people like him that have supported me with every venture that I've done. Like, for anyone who's going into like the commercial part of the world, like comics, movies, animation, anything like that, your core fan base, like if you could call it that, like the people who care about you, like, don't lose them, right? They are the most important, like, not from like money reasons, whatever. It doesn't even matter if they buy stuff, right? They're the ones who are going to inspire you to keep working. They're the ones who are going to contact you and say, when's book 2 coming out? They're going to be the people who say, oh, what's your next project? Like, I'll say, I'm going to do video streaming. They're the ones who show up to the streams. I'll say, I'm going to do like random doodles for like £3 or something. They're the people who show up, right? They're the people who I can trust will be there, and that they in turn trust me to keep creating artwork for them. So I would say, yes, you want to expand as much as you can, but do not forget those guys. Like, a lot of companies and a lot of people forget those people, that they actually care about you. And I think in this kind of like digital world that we're in now, where a lot of our work is on YouTube, a lot of our work is on Reddit, caring about the actual artist and the actual writer, that's the people that you want. Because yes, you want your work to do great in its own right, but they're the people who are going to look forward to your next series after you finish this one. Like, always be thinking about, you're going to be making, this isn't only one book, this is 500 books, this is the first one. Like, the best artists, like Naruto was not the first book that creator made. Like, if you read the books, like, I've got them somewhere here. There's a little story in one of the first ones where Masashi talks about the fact that they created like tons and tons of stories and kept showing them to publishers and to Shonen Jump and stuff like that. And it wasn't until that final one that accumulated everything together hit. That was Naruto, and that was what we know as like the manga industry today. Like, I don't know, it's kind of like a lifestyle that you have to jump into and be ready for, and that you want to do forever. I don't know.
Yeah, and most likely that is. As we said earlier, art happens to you. So you're already in it now, so you have to make as much work as possible because you got no choice. Because even if you turn away from it, it's gonna be years down the road, and you're gonna go, I wish I just gave it a shot. So you're gonna come back to it anyways. So just do it. And you know, what if I fail? Well, then just do it and fail. Like, whatever. You only have one life to screw up, so you might as well screw it up with a lot of excitement. You know.
And so, oh my god, the thing that I hear the most from every single person who talks to me at convention, online, about this subject, about how do I get into the industry, they always say, I'm waiting to be good enough. You will never be good enough. You will never be good enough for you.
You're going to suck. Your first stuff is going to suck. And so that was another important thing, as you said, with your first book, you're like, this is not very good. It didn't feel that good, but you put it out anyways. Let you just finish a project, even if it's not good or what you expected. Don't put it aside to finish it later when you're better. Just finish it and then make the next thing better. Like,
and if no one buys it, oh well, life moves on. At least you did it, right? At least you can go, that's the thing that I did, right? You can print out the front cover and put it on your wall and be like, I made a front cover and I brought it to a convention, right? That's amazing. And then you can learn from that. Like, I didn't expect to sell a single book. I went there so that I could learn what people wanted. That was the whole point. The entire point of that convention and that first book was to find out, what do people want? And that's where I found out people wanted manga that goes from right to left. like Tokyo Pop had started saying we're not going to print any more right to left stuff, and everyone who picked up the book automatically jumped to the quote back of the book and read it correctly, and they were like, "Oh, you're an English artist and you've done it right the correct way." And like, yeah. So I learned that was something that people cared about. I learned that people in the industry were interested in certain techniques that I was doing that I've never been taught by anyone, that I could never have known that those would be interesting things. Like, I learned what I was bad at. I learned that I was bad at perspective, and that I need a lot of work to be done on that. But I learned that I was good at, quote, breaking the boundaries of panels and, like, moving stuff around and using, like, blood splatter to carry you from one place to another. And, like, it is a learning experience. Go in with that attitude. And then if something great happens, like, it went great for me, that blew my mind, right?
Yeah.
But it means you learn so much. Like, there's no way I could have learned what I learned without going to that convention. Even in the way that it changed me, right? The me from then never would have done this podcast. Ever. Like, the me from then would never have even spoken to someone online live. Not in a million years. Because she was so terrified of what other people thought. And I think so many artists are stuck in that. Like, we're naturally introverts, most of us. We really care about what our artwork, like, we don't want it to get torn to pieces by people. We don't want it to be criticized because it means a lot to us, and that's understandable.
Well, we always think that we don't have any art, or that we don't make any, or that it's not good enough, like it's not ready.
Yeah.
You know?
And not ready as well. Like, yes, I spent a long time redrawing the book over and over and saying I'm only send it out when I'm ready. But when the opportunity arose, then I went for it. Yeah, I needed to kick up my butt to go and do it, but I did it when the opportunity was there. When the door was like half open, I went, fine, screw it, I'll go and do it. And that's, if everyone could just, I know it's the phrase that we all hate, just do it, but like, if you see even the glimmer of an opportunity, go for it. It's so worth it. You won't regret it.
Well, the thing is I feel like artists get so kind of stuck on, oh, I don't know, how do I become an artist? It's like, just make art. Make art, and then one day you'll take a step back and you'll be like, Jesus, there's a lot of art here. What do I do with this?
Yeah.
And then you have to, and then you do something with it. But like, before you worry about the business of the art, make art. That's step one, you know, because I do that all the time. I trip so hard about, oh, how would I need to this? I haven't done any gallery shows. It's like, dude, just make art, stop thinking. And then I do this thing, as I've seen other artists do it too, and it's like, I don't have any art. Shit, I don't have an art to have an art show with. And it's like, I have stacks of hundreds of drawings, you know, and it's the thing is okay, even if I didn't have art that would make sense in a gallery context, I most certainly have art that I can show in other contexts, you know, and get that out there. It's like, there's always, you'd be surprised if you take a step back. Like, I have a lot of artists when we have shows in my space in Oakland, they will always say like, oh, I don't have an artist. Like, oh, you can do an artist resume if you want, or I'm sorry, not. Is that what it is? God, my head is Jesus.
What, like a CV?
Yeah, exactly. And they'll say, oh, I haven't really shown anywhere. And then you kind of talk to them for a second, and you're like, dude, you just named like 5 different shows you've been in. They're like, who cares if it was like a group show at a cafe? Here's a little trick. You have a group show at a cafe and you were from Wisconsin, just leave the cafe part out of the title. And it sounds like a gallery, and no one's going to research it. I did that with a number of things. First place I ever showed was a coffee shop in Salt Lake called Greenhouse Effect. I just called,
a good name.
Yeah, my resume just said Greenhouse Effect and the name of the show. Nobody knew that it was just like some dinky little corner coffee shop, and they're not going to research it. And they didn't have a website, so it didn't matter, you know. I mean, they would now, but it's like, you know, and like people can look it up now, but it just, I mean, just get your work out there, like, and that's the thing. And I give that advice coming from a personal place, and as advice even towards myself. You know, these are problems that artists have. Like we share these problems together. You know, you're never alone in like your concerns or your fears. There's a whole community of artists who have the same struggles and make the same mistakes. And so that's the thing is like, so, you know, if someone wants to make a comic, it's like, oh, how do I become a comic artist? Like, make a comic book and show it to someone.
Yeah, I kept being asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then I went, why do I have to grow up first? Like, that was the mindset that I had to be in to be able to do that. It was like, why do I have to be older to do something? Like, someone can be starting out their career and be at the same level that I am right now. Yeah. Just because I'm younger doesn't mean that I'm worse than them. So why don't I just do it now anyway? Right? Yeah. It's that kind of mindset you have to get yourself into, where you're just like, well, then I'll just do it then. Like, what the hell's stopping me? Right?
Yeah, you're never too young and you're never too old. So
exactly.
Just do the stupid thing anyways. And it's amazing if you're just in an environment, how easy it is to kind of meet people. Like I was telling some friends earlier, I was like, you know, I go out on Sunday nights to watch, you know, if you follow my Instagram, to watch a group of DJs like go spin records, these Sweater Funk guys, and they're just awesome. And to me, it was just like, I'm just like huge fans of like the stuff, you know, their stuff, and then there's record labels that, you know, they associate with that I'm a big fan of. I go out the other night and like I've now at this point have met all the DJs, like they know me, and then as a special guest, there was a dude who was the founder of this record label I really like. He's spinning records that night, and then I meet him, and then he's like, "Yeah, email me, man. Keep in touch. Like so keep in touch with stuff that's going on." And it's like, you know, I'm not a musician or anything, but it was kind of that funny thing is if you meet people on a ground level, like when their kind of stuff's just starting to take off and they're doing like small shows, and this could be art. This could be like a small little convention thing. This could be a book signing. If you just go, but they recognize you, it's that easy to meet a person. You know what I mean? Like, just go regularly. You had mentioned the person who would go see you, and then now they're selling their book.
Yeah.
You know them. You recognize them.
I saw her at a table, and me and my boyfriend who's been selling at conventions with me for a very long time, and we saw her, and he was like, isn't that, I'm sure she's been at your table a few times. I looked over and I was like, I think I might have even drawn her. I was like, I'm sure I know her. We walked over and we were like, hey, how's it going? And then she mentioned that she really liked my work, and that they were like, there's an MCM Expo art group. There's a girl on there who does great artwork. Her name's Katie Bass, and she's very new in her career, but she kept posting her artwork asking for advice on the MCM Expo group. I happen to be a part of that, and I'm like, oh, this is how you make a comic book. Like, I messaged her, and I'm like, this is how you do it, and stuff like that. Like, and the thing is, we all know what it was like to start out and to be terrified. So, like, 90% of all the people that you meet want to help you because they know what it was like when someone else helped them or when they didn't get help. So just put yourself out there and you'll get those. Like you said, you had that interaction with, like, essentially the publisher of music, like the equivalent of, right?
Yeah.
Like, just put yourself out there and you'll meet those people and they'll remember you, and then cool stuff happens. And
yeah, I mean, this guy was literally someone I've been following on SoundCloud for months now, listening to artists on his record label, like, religiously, like, forcing it on all my friends. I've probably forced some of it onto you. Like, you have to listen to this, and you're like, Mike, I have interests that aren't the same as yours. And I'm like, I don't understand what that means. And forcing it on people like I always do. Just recklessly, shamelessly name dropping. But that's this... Yeah, and then that was the person. Suddenly it's just there, and I'm just, like, hanging out, talking to them. And it's just, and it was just like, geez, it really is that easy if you just kind of, like, put yourself out there to start just talking to people and meeting people. And it applies across genre. And, like, some people will be closed off and they're not interested in talking, whatever, who cares? That's fine. That means you don't have to worry about them. Like, because you know that they won't matter in their case, you know, move on.
Sometimes things don't come from your meetings. Like, you have to be prepared for that. Like, I've given books to people who are in the industry and said, I'd love if you could review this, or if you could even just send me a comment on what you think, and then they're like, yeah, sure, and then they never get back to you.
Yeah, and that just happens, you know.
I think if someone were listening to it but were in that position on the other end of like a young artist coming to them, it's a lot more helpful when you say no. And I think sometimes we get afraid of saying no to younger artists because you're worried about discouraging them. But the best responses I've ever had when I'm talking to someone who's on the other side, they're the person I want to be like, is when they've said, no, I don't have time for that, but I do have time for this, right? You say, I don't have time to take any work home, but I have 5 seconds at this show to look at your artwork and I'll give you a gut reaction. Done. That's way more helpful than someone saying, yes, I'll definitely look at it, and then you wait and you never hear anything.
But there's a way they can say, they can be cool about it. So you could be like, you know, would you be able to take a look at this and be like, honestly, like last time I said I would, I found the book under a stack of stuff like 6 months later and felt really bad. So I instead I can just give you a gut reaction now because I just know I'll forget and I'll get distracted by other projects, you know, because it happens. And the thing is and when you meet people, like, it also doesn't have, you don't have to like always pitch something to them every time, because that's the thing is like if you're only just meet them so you know them and then you're cool with them and then they're just like you're just homies. Definitely. Don't meet them just because you expect them to hawk your thing or like be your supporter. You meet them just because you like their work and you know now you know them, and that's all it is. It's just like, think of it like you're just like making an acquaintance, you know.
You don't have to be trying to get stuff out of everyone you meet.
Yeah, it doesn't have to always be like a business. And it's usually better when you meet people without that intention first and they just kind of know you after a while, you know. Then they don't, because they're like people that like work in the industry, people are going to be doing like reaching out to them all the time for stuff, you know. If you just meet them and you're just chilling and just chatting, that can be a lot more meaningful sometimes. And then get them drunk. Or even
giving them stuff. Right? Walking up to someone and with no other things, you just give them a piece of artwork. And you're like, I've drawn some of my favorite artists and I've just given them the drawing and said, I love your work. I really support it. I've got that one on my wall. I drew this for you. And then walking away, right? And letting them remember you. And then the next time they see you, you're like, you're the girl who drew me with that really cool color in my hair. I remember that. Hey, do you want a free print, right? And then you've got that like rapport. Just doing it so that you can be nice and you can present something useful to them. I think if people want more information on these kinds of like how to interact with people in the industry, Will Terrell has some amazing videos. He has some fantastic videos. I definitely recommend them, like about interacting with people in the industry, how to be like, if you have any kind of struggles with how to act correctly in a social situation like this, like a semi-business, but you also kind of want to be a friend, he has some great videos on that. Now, I want to jump to a different conversation because it's been a little while and we've talked about comics the whole time, right?
Yes.
And unless if you have any other burning questions, I'd like to know about your industry.
No, and if anybody ever listening to this has questions, just hit us up, like via, you know, Reddit, or you could probably do it through the YouTube thing or comments or however. Just ask and we always answer. You know, hit up in another podcast and do it in the chat. So, but you know. Yeah,
I'm always answering like tons of emails on this. So, yeah. So I have never had anything in a gallery. I was asked if I wanted something in a gallery once. And I was like, yeah, sure. And then everything imploded, so it didn't happen. But how do you get stuff in a gallery? So for an artist that has never been in that world, how would one go about moving into that world?
So, you know, the thing is a lot of times what people don't realize with galleries is they already represent a stable of artists and they're probably pretty full. I would say blindly sending stuff to galleries, if it's like a little gallery like the one I have, you know, it can work. We show stuff like that. You know, you never know. But when it starts to be more established, like there's someone who works full-time selling your art, like our gallery is just a little part-time gallery that we run out of our art studio. So, you know, we're not like full-time selling art. We don't hold like a client base for all of the artists that have shown there, etc. If you're looking for like representation, that's tricky. I almost feel like you can go in and just try to talk to them. I don't know how well that would work, because usually galleries, almost in a way, they'll find you. I think the best thing you can do is go to the galleries regularly until they know who you are. Like, go to their shows. Like, because the thing is I'll see, like, artists will send art to our gallery, and the art does not fit the aesthetic of our gallery at all, or what we do. And it's just, to me, that just looks like you're just, if it looks like you're just sending something on like a copy email to 300 places, I won't really look at it, because like every gallery has kind of an aesthetic and kind of a curated mission they're going for. So take the time to find the galleries that show art you really like, that means a lot to you, and just go to the openings and say hello and ask them questions. Like, be interested in their gallery. Don't just go in hoping they're interested in what you do. Go in being interested in what they do. Ask them about the things they do, what their goals as a gallery, because they have visions and curation. What kind of work are they drawn to? How did they get drawn to that work? Like, learn about them. Because galleries get approached all the time, you know, and I honestly still think, I mean, the best thing you can do in the art world is, yeah, it is the networking. That is what gets you places, but it's not quite how people always make it. Like, when you're networking, like, don't always be like you're a salesman. Like, don't always be pitching your things, you know, because sometimes it's not appropriate. You know, I've had people that like will be in the middle of a show and they'll start like pitching their artwork, and it's like, it's like kind of busy, you know what I mean? And like, obviously that's how you meet people in galleries, is because they'll have an opening and you'll go. But like, don't try to get like a director's time while they're busy trying to sell the art of the artist they're representing, because they have an obligation to that artist to sell their work. And if you distract them from that, it can be very frustrating, you know?
The last thing you want to do is like remember you as someone who took work away from someone else. Like,
yeah, that's like the last thing you want to be is the person that made them lose a sale, you know? But I mean, honestly, it's funny because I'm at this weird point where I don't have art that I could put together for like a solo show in a gallery right now. But if I have enough art to have a show, I'm actually not concerned about finding a place to show it, because doing my own gallery, I've met so many, like, you know, I've met so many other gallery owners and etc. that like I feel like I know enough people now, at least out here locally, where I could find a place to show my art if I need. Like, that's not a concern anymore. That's an interesting place to be in, because that's the hardest spot for a lot of people. I mean, all it took for me to get to that point was to start my own gallery with my friends and then run it for 6 years and then just become a member of their gallery organization so that I go to meetings with them, you know? So it's like, hey, look, we're all in the same meeting. But, you know, the funny thing that backfired is they can show my art privately, but if they want to show my art, like, in their gallery, that's actually a tricky spot for them to be in, because it looks very oh god, what's the word if like you only hire family? Nepotism? Right. Is that it?
I don't know.
But it looks but you know, it could be awkward for their other artists. It's like, oh, you took on this artist who just is the gallery 2 doors over, whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that's in the same neighborhood. That looks weird. So there is a backfire to that. But you don't have to own a gallery to meet all the gallery people. You just be a part of that art world. Like, there's a lot of artists that will come in and they'll volunteer to do internships, and that's a mixed bag. I've seen internships turn into things. I've also seen galleries just use interns as a means to just get busy work out of the way for free. So you got to make sure what you do is meaningful and that they're committed to the idea, but that is a way to meet gallery directors. If you just pretty much become friends with them and they know who you are, and then one day they look in your art and they like your art, maybe they will show it in like a group show or something. We've had artists that have submitted to us, but then we realized there was other galleries that would be better representation for them, so that we refer them to other people. We've with our space, it was interesting because we've had people that have had shows, and then because we don't get offended, since we don't personally represent the artists like as agents, we encourage them in our space in particular, when you're having a show, use it to bring people from other galleries that can represent you there, so they can see what your work looks like in a show. You know, and they've done that before. So we've had artists use a show in a little space like ours, just to be able to show another gallery, hey, like, check out what my show can look like, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, the artists I know that show the most, they meet people. They go when there's a new gallery, they go to an opening and they meet who the directors are, and they're just sociable and they chat. And they don't go every time with the intention of, hey, here's my work. They go because then they just know the person. Because then you'll run into them at other openings. And so, yeah, maybe you can't go to their opening and sit there and pitch your artwork while they're trying to sell someone else. But what if you both ran into each other at another show, and then you're both just kind of talking about art and critiquing it and realizing that you share a lot of similar ideas? And lo and behold, look at that. You have an artist and now a director that share a vision, you know? So it's a lot of routes to that.
So you talk a lot about art shows.
Mm-hmm.
What would be expected of an artist in order to kind of run one of these, or to make it look professional? Or is there certain expectations by galleries to be able to say, in order to have a show or
they're going to have their own parameters. I would say if your work's on paper, it certainly helps to. I mean, if it has it framed, that's helped, because framing's expensive. But lots of times, I mean, galleries all run different ways. The two parts of the gallery world I've been exposed to is kind of the indie part of it, like what we're doing in Oakland, and then I work in very commercial galleries during the day, and they kind of used to represent living artists, and they had their own set of parameters that I don't think was always the healthiest relationships. So I wouldn't even recommend going down that path. But now they tend to just represent art in estates of artists that have passed away, because it's easier to make control a market for it. So what that leaves are the galleries that are the privately owned galleries that represent 15 living artists, and they rotate the shows. And it's funny because that's actually the world I have the least experience in, but that tends to be a world where it seems like more often than not, I can speak, so for a gallery in my neighborhood that I know that I respect a lot, I know that they've found some of their artists just, for example, they did a show recently, and I know that I'm pretty sure the way they found that artist was, I worked with a friend who was curating shows. He had a group of artists that he just kind of represented and would pitch them to different galleries. And I'd gotten shows, and I had put together shows with him in my space with artists he knew, and so he worked kind of like an agent for them. And so at one point, I know then he went to other galleries. He would use the show to pitch to them, and so I'm sure at some point he had showed this artist to them and said, "Hey, check out this artist's work. It would look cool in your space." Just in a conversation, and on a random day they're open, they're just chatting a bit. And then it comes up, and then he brings it up, and then sure enough, that artist just had a show at the space, an amazing show, and one of the artists that they've shown in that same gallery, the person had applied to a show at our space and their space as well. And we actually had to have a meeting with them because we both accepted the work, and then there was this awkward overlap. So we let that artist show in the other space because that actually, genuinely there was more potential for them in that. We said, go there because they can do more for you than we can, but I'm pretty sure in that was a random case where that might have been more of a blind submission, and that had worked like that. I think it's interesting, my friend that spent that while representing artists, I don't know if he does it anymore. It's been a while since I've talked to him, but all he literally did is just set up a website. And then he just told artists, he didn't even actually ask for commissions in many cases or anything. but he was just trying to make a little network online that he could represent artists through. I mean, think of it this way. You could have a friend that you just tell a friend that's like, likes, if they want to try to make extra money, tell a friend, hey, if you sell one of my paintings, I'll give you, 10% of the sale or 20% of any of my art you sell. I'll give you this percentage of it. And then it's like, now you have someone out there that might just sell you work so they can make a few bucks. Like, you just never know. There's always, that world is so much looser than I ever thought. That's something I learned about it, is it's so loose. Like, it looks like everyone's got everything under control, and they so don't have it under control. It is like a constant panicked madhouse, and it's constantly one ridiculous thing is happening after another, and it's constant absurdity, which means that you can pretty much try anything to get out there. Like, you live in a town that doesn't have a gallery, you could turn your garage into a gallery and call it Garage Gallery. You can invite a bunch of friends and family and just have beer there and a band play outside, and suddenly it looks like something's happening here. This looks like a real space. You do it 3 times in a row, and people start thinking, hey, there's that weird place where the guy has art shows out of his garage. Like, you can be that person. There's room for all these weird ideas. There was a while where, since real estate was so expensive and rent was, a lot of artists were starting to have art shows in their apartments. Like, that was becoming kind of a culture thing. And then in their apartment buildings, they would do art shows in the hallway, and that was becoming like legitimate. They were getting write-ups because there'd be this apartment building with a bunch of different artists, and they all had different art shows in the same times in their apartments. Like, there's room for any weird idea you have to show art. It doesn't have to fit a certain parameter, and more so than not, over time, that's going to be happening more and more, because the gallery world is going through kind of an identity crisis right now. So now's a better time than ever to just try whatever you want, because see what happens. I didn't know I'd be running a gallery with some friends for 6 years. That wasn't part of the plan. We didn't actually want to have an official gallery. We just wanted to have a studio with a little space up front where you could show art. But the gallery happened on accident, because it's like, oh, we have the studio. Okay, well, we need to sign a commercial lease. It's like, oh, commercial lease, you need to be a business entity to sign it. Oh, okay, so let's register our name so we can get, we need insurance. That's what we needed to sign the lease. We needed insurance. To get insurance, you needed to have a tax ID number. It's like, well, one of us doesn't just want to use our own tax ID number, because that's kind of a scary thing on a 4-year lease. Let's make a little business thing in a partnership. We do that, and now we're on the books. Now we're paying taxes. Oh, we need a fictitious name permit. Oh, now we have that. Oh, you need a sales permit to do this. Oh, okay, now we have a sales permit. And then suddenly it was like, oh, we're a gallery now. Like, that's how our gallery started. Like, it was supposed to be a studio that just had a space that we showed art up front for fun. And then next thing we knew, we had an official gallery. And it was like, okay, well, there's an art walk. What should we do? It's like, should we just have a band play outside? And we're like, okay, because the art walk was already popular in the neighborhood. But we had a band play outside, and no other gallery was doing that. And suddenly there's just people just swarming in the streets. The streets weren't even closed off. There's people swarming in the streets watching the bands and doing this. And then suddenly it looked like we had like the hottest spot on the block. Like, there's all the galleries. And then there's this one space where there's a crowd of like 100 people outside, like watching this band. And it's like, whoa, what's going on there? And then we became that spot. Like, already the art walk was really popular, but like suddenly it drew so many people in. Like, the landlord, the landlord was curious how many people would come into the building. And on the first time when we opened our doors, because knowing that there was already an art walk that was doing well, he's like, well, how many people will their space draw? And he had a counter, and he just stopped counting after like 2,200 people. He's just like, screw it, and stopped, because they just kept flooding in. And it was just, and it all happened, like, I kind of feel like the business of art sometimes feels like this river, and it's just, there's a current, and it's just moving. And what your job is not to, your job's not to make the water move. Your job's just to swim with it, and then not like lose energy. You have to just keep up with it. Like, cause there's always opportunities, there's always things, and you're not always in control of it. All you're actually doing is just jumping in and then seeing how long you can like stay with it, At least that's how the gallery world had felt for me with a lot of that. And then eventually what ended up happening is the hardest thing was just to find the time to make art. Like, because so many things just happen and suddenly it's like, it's hard to make art. Like running a gallery at night and then having the full-time day job and at the time in a relationship. And I mean, man, you know, that was nuts. But I would say if you're trying to be an artist, the things I learned is don't the first time you need to make money, like don't think about I should just get whatever job to pay the bills. Try to make money off your art first. Give it a shot. When you're younger, you have nothing to lose. You know, if your parents aren't going to throw you out on the street, try making money off your art first. Open some Etsy shops, do those things, try promoting your stuff. Like there's a lot of opportunity now with the internet where you can try to go straight into making money off your art that you couldn't before. So don't just like go into like, you know, crappy retail job to pay the bills. Try selling your art. Like give it a shot when you can in the beginning. And then also I would recommend, like I've known a lot of artists that we're all art handlers during the day. I say don't do that. I know a lot of artists that were art handlers for a while or do that. I'd advise against it. I don't think that's constructive towards an art career. Like make sure when you're doing art, you're in the right part of the art world. Like I found it like a certain, you know, I found it with myself, I tended to always end up in the gallery administrative part of the art world, but my goal is to be an artist. So it's like, don't climb the wrong ladder, you know?
Right.
But I mean, there could be a lot to learn business-wise and the fun of it, but at the same time, it's like, and I think as time's going on, artists are going to have to be better at being kind of self-employed the way the gallery world's going. But at the same time, still make sure you're climbing. Like be a broke artist before you be a successful gallerist. If you want to be an artist, you know, like do that first. Anyways, I don't know. I got on a little bit of a.
Well, that's cool. Something that I find is everything in like the gallery world has a very specific kind of look, right? Well, like it doesn't have a specific kind of look, but like it looks to a certain quality, and it is different. Like everything tends to have something that makes it different, and from someone who works in a more commercial side of the art world, where you have to make stuff that appeals to people in certain ways, and that you can make billions of copies of it, and you can make a character that can get printed out and turned into a character and stuff like that. What advice would you give to someone? Let's say they sat down with a blank canvas. What advice would you give to someone trying to create something that could potentially be in a gallery?
I mean, so much of it depends on the gallery, you know. Focus on the art that means something to you. Like make the art you want to make and then find the gallery that will fit it. I mean, if we're talking like, because contemporary, there's an aesthetic to contemporary. You're going to be picturing rooms with the lacquered cement floor with the white walls, the white cube style kind of gallery. Usually it's going to be more conceptual based work. There needs to be more to your work than just rendering. There needs to be some type of socio-political weight or some type of statement that's very open-ended, and it has to be conceptual. It's a very conceptual drive. For me, I'm less interested in art like that, to be honest. A lot of that, I was into it for a while and then got kind of disenchanted by it over time. If you want to get into kind of an indie gallery or a more kind of hipper gallery, that's going to be more illustration now. I mean, illustration is kind of driving a lot of galleries because the whole like quote street art movement is huge. It's bigger than it's ever been right now. Artists that are graffiti artists and street artists are the top of the game right now. They are the top of the art world as far as the up and coming high art world, because there's a lot of buzz, and their art is very illustration based. It's very much like characters and colorful patterns. And so, I mean, you could be making art like that. It's so much of it. You know, I'd say even right now, there's probably less room out there for art like art I make that's tends to be a little more traditionally focused, because there's a stigma, I think, to traditional in the current art world. I think people just assume that if you make traditional art, you're not thinking of ideas regarding it, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, everything you make, you did because of a set of reasons and circumstances.
Yeah.
Even though I make what seems to be straightforward traditional artwork, everything I'm doing is a choice. There's a reason I'm making art like this. It's not because just, oh, this is what a classical drawing looks like. It's like, no, there's a reason that I make art like this. Like, I've thought a lot about it. I've read a lot of books. Like, there's a reason I'm doing it. But the thing is it still means that I need to, if it was in my case, I have to find a gallery that understands those reasons. And so you can't really start with, in like this kind of part of the art world, you can't start with the end point. You have to kind of start with the art and then see where it fits in. And over time, if you feel like it's not connecting with anyone, then you can go to places, take a step back and say, okay, what's going on in this world? Like, what am I missing? Why is it not hitting? Because you got to remember the other thing with the fine art world that's kind of, I think, different than a lot of different commercial art worlds is you need to appeal to not even other artists. You have to appeal to scholars, critics, and gallerists. And none of those people are normal people. Like, it's not, you don't appeal to everyday people. And so I actually, which is kind of a bummer, really. It's kind of stupid because you should be able, like, your art should communicate to a wide audience, or else why are we doing it, you know?
Yeah.
But that's what it is in the, you know, quote unquote high art world now. You need to, those are the people that you're making art for, and they have very different expectations than someone that would just walk into your gallery off the street randomly. And then, like, to the point where lots of times they'll ask, if you're in like kind of a nicer commercial gallery, they'll be like, oh, is the art for sale? Like, they won't know. Like, to them, it's just like a museum, you know?
Yeah.
It's amazingly difficult to sell art. Holy shit. It is hard to sell art. I mean, you can pander in certain things and sell things in the fine art world some odd ways, but all in all, people rarely buy art. Like fine art. Like, how many people can you say that you know personally who have bought like a painting, you know?
Yeah, no one.
Nobody buys it. And the people that do is a very select audience. And there's always excuses. It's hard, man. It's a pretty rough, discouraging kind of way to try to live, but whatever, you make the art first. Make the art first.
Okay.
How's your drawing going?
I wasted a lot of time talking.
That wasn't time wasted. That was the intention of the show.
Yeah, so it's just it's quite behind where I'd like it to be. And I also forgot to bring my eraser downstairs, so I'm having to deal with that.
Oh, to sharpen?
Huh? No, eraser.
Oh, eraser. I thought you said your razor.
No.
You sharpen with a razor.
No, I would call it a rubber like we do in the UK, but I hear that's a different thing to you Americans.
Yep, that's a condom.
Yeah.
There are a handful of words out there that do not translate into the same meaning out here.
Sorry. But
see what's going on in the chat. My dad sells paintings. Definitely not easy. Yes, not easy at all. That's who died mentioned that. It's an incredibly hard thing to do. One thing that I did do in my time in being having a gallery is I've bought art there from there now. And at one point I made myself buy a painting that was very expensive for me to buy, that I was hard to afford, but I did it. And the reason I did it was one, I liked it. That's the number one reason you buy
That's an
art.
important reason, yeah.
Yeah, it's important. Sometimes people you'd be amazed how much people can forget that in the art world. But more importantly, I did it because if I have made the sacrifice to spend money, a substantial amount of money on a piece of art, well, substantial for me, I'm more comfortable asking for money from people when I'm selling my art.
Okay, that's interesting.
Because now I don't, people's excuses don't intimidate. You know what I mean? I'm not self-conscious like, oh, is that too much? Is that, I'll just be like, dude, I bought a painting for that much. Like,
Yeah.
if I can do it, they can do it. Like, so many people will come in and they'll have like super fancy clothes. They'll be wearing like a $300 pair of jeans and then be like, oh, if I had the money to buy that, it's like, you have the money to buy it. Like I've, you know, it's once you do that, you can, that's the thing, because artists always undersell themselves. They always sell their art too cheap. And it's like, once you realize that it's like, no, you can charge more and people can actually afford it. You just need to, the hurdle is not convincing people they can afford it, but letting them know that it's okay to buy a piece of art. They've just, most people haven't done it before and they're not sure about it or how it feels. And it's like, they rarely regret it, you know?
Yeah, it's convincing someone that it's worth it.
Yeah, exactly. That they can, that they'll buy it and they won't get a buyer's remorse or be uncertain about it. It's like, no, this will be one of the things, if you really like the painting that much or whatever, this will be one of those things, if your house is on fire, you'll want to try to run out with it.
Yeah.
That art means a lot to people when they own it.
Yeah.
Unless you got screwed and bought something really stupid and shitty, which happens too. You know, that's why I tell my friends, if you're ever going to spend like more than a certain amount of money on art, call me first. And they say, Mike, I'm never going to buy art. And I say, I know.
What, because they'll never call you?
No, they just, no one never buys art. The number of times I've had people in my life tell me that, oh, I'm going to buy that painting. It's like, yeah, no, you won't. No. Let's, we can end the charade now. It's fine.
I, like, every time I go to an art thing, I'm like, I really want to buy this. But I have so little money that I don't even know if my website's going to be up for the rest of the week.
Well, yeah, it's a hard thing too, because like realistically, it's like it needs to be completely disposable income. You know, if it's not disposable income, it's like, should you really be buying a painting right now when, you know, the computer's broken or whatever?
Yeah, if I'm if I'm concerned about buying like a how to draw art book or a video game or like nice food, then maybe you shouldn't be buying a painting.
Yeah, only buy art if you can afford it. If it's genuine disposable income, like you would spend it on like a on just something ridiculous. Like you have to think like you're buying a toy, you know?
It's so expensive, right?
Oh, Slam. Okay, we got some art that's done. Maybe I should jump over to the other screen here and start looking at this stuff together and getting excited.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got.
I've gone with kind of like a Black Widow look, which I'm quite enjoying. I think because we were talking about comic books for so long, I've gone with like a super comic-y book look. Comic-y booky look.
We got a, I think it looks awesome.
Thank you.
We got a Demand Man barn update as well.
Ooh. I really like yours. I've been watching yours evolve and I love it.
Let's see, what do we got here? Let's do this. We got Slam 9, we got a Foxtrot Oscar, work in progress.
Oh no, go away, Foxtrot. Yours would be too good, it'll upset me.
We'll show user Metal Clocker made a piece that's awesome, and we got the Munman's piece. She did a few pieces. Good lord! All right, cool.
Really?
Here we go.
I'm gonna feel so
3
bad.
pieces. And Lazuli. Oh, there's so much. Battle.
No, it's gonna upset me because I'm so far behind. Everyone's gonna be so good.
Okay. I need to make sure that I'm okay. Okay. Gotta make sure I do this right. Don't want to accidentally hang up or something. Lord knows I've done that before. All right. Screen share time. Is the screen share I wanted? I think so.
I'll make it so it stays on your face.
Okay, so first up is Foxtrot Oscar's work in progress.
Okay. Ooh. Oh, I love the red.
Excited. I'm so excited already. I'm interested also in what he chose to kind of tone the whole canvas first. And that's always interesting to me is like the ground color they put in first.
Yeah.
Let any artist what they're going to start with, how it's going to base their decisions.
I wonder if that's to do with making the red pop really nicely.
Yeah, I think
by using the green.
I would think so. Yeah. At first, funny thing is my color blindness. At first, I didn't know it was green.
Oh.
I thought it was like a muddy brown, and then I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh wait, no, that's green. That's for the red. And then it's gonna pop the hair
like
and the.
So many reds in the skin as well, so it really makes it like jump out.
Yeah. And then let's so far Slam 9's piece. So sick.
Oh wow. Look at that. Oh, I love the hair, it's so good.
Yeah, that is really cool. What a good use, great use of geometry and just like letting the loose brushwork stay in, and having the like loose brushes down here next to the tight geometry on the side. Let me squeeze this in a little so it's a little more centered. Like, oh, that's so sick.
It's really captured like the atmosphere. Like there's an attitude there that's been created. That's so good.
Yeah, definitely. Check that out, Metal Clocker.
Oh whoa. Dude, look at the claws and everything.
Yeah, that is awesome.
That is so cool.
That reminds me of like a Dave McKean illustration. Like he did the cover of the Sandman comics.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
That's
and a little bit of old scary stories. Those books used to freak me out. Demon Man drawing. Always like seeing Demon Man's line work.
Yeah, the line work's always really cool.
It looks like early Warhol drawings.
I love like there's something that Demon Man does when they do their line work, and it's like the particular lines that they've chosen to draw are like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like it's so minimalist and yet detailed at the same time. Like,
yeah,
just using like the lines deliberately not joining perfectly, so that you have these little gaps that kind of open up the white space around it. I love it.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, he just. So
and I love the Mun signature.
Yeah, that too. It's just so perfect. Check out, there's another one here. Maybe go this way and make it a little
wow,
picture.
look at that. Oh, that's like the bedroom wallflowers and stuff like that, isn't it? That's really cool.
So good, he just captures the mood, like
with like just lines.
Just painting.
Very cool.
Demon Man oil painting.
Very cool. Can't have a show without Demon Man painting.
Yeah, exactly. It would not be an Artist Lounge podcast without a Demon Man painting. And now I gotta open up that other thread so we can look at his
I want to see
the barn update. So let me make sure that I have everybody. I want to make sure this I believe is Lazzuli's piece.
Oh
yes,
wow!
This is Lazuli. Here we are. Beautiful.
That's so cool. I love the purple in the eyes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the palette really is striking on this one.
Yeah. Purple and yellow. Very cool. It's not used very often, but that's so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that certain palettes aren't used very often when there's no reason that they shouldn't be compared to other ones. Do you think?
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason why cyan and orange should be used more than purple and yellow. Like, they can be used for exactly the same reasons, and yet one's used way more than the other.
Yeah, totally. I'm getting a visit from Moose the dog right now.
Oh, okay.
There it is. Okay, next drawing. This was an adorable bat whale. Wonder if bat whale's
cool.
new to the sub. I've lost track of so many people here. I wonder how new they are to the sub.
Cool.
Oh, awesome. So much charm. Let's see here. Let's find the.
What's that written in the bottom left? Can you see?
It's 7/6. The date.
Ah, okay, cool.
And then a BW on the other side.
Nice. I was wondering if it was like the number of RedditGetsDrawn or something like that, but no.
No. And the we need the Munman barn update here. Barn update. Yep. This barn is gonna be awesome. All right, here we are. And there's the next step in the barn. There we are.
Look at us!
We're on the barn.
I'm like
Awesome.
leaning on your legs.
Yeah. I'm chilling. He did the bulldog puppy slippers with the wine. Like that photo.
I like that I'm just like resting on you like it's okay, Mike.
Sort your life out, Mike. It's a reassuring sort your life out. Oh, and check this out. And another surprise here. We got the a finished Tim piece right here.
Oh, okay, wait.
As always.
Okay.
Always looks so good.
Ah, look at the hair.
Yeah. He's chilling, drawing along, hanging out with Moose the dog in the other
The
other
expression
room.
is great.
Yeah, he's really got that kind of the like subtle smirk in there.
Oh, that's so good. I love Tim's work.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Why can't I have like an epic artist roommate who just like waltz it in and like hands amazing artwork, just like psh, there you go. You're welcome,
Yes.
planet.
Yeah, it's terrifying. It's constantly living in fear. Is how
Do you
it feels.
ever get competitive with each other?
No, me and Tim don't really get competitive actually.
No.
No, I mean, no, because the only time we're ever like kind of both just chilling and drawing like this is when it's the podcast.
That's kind of
And then Tim goes and does figure drawing every Wednesday, and I go dancing.
I want to do figure drawing, like live figure drawing. I've never done it before.
It's cool. I tried it. This one didn't work for me because I like long poses, and has more short poses.
Yeah, like
and I don't care much for those. So I stopped doing it, and then that became my going out to checking out music night. So, but yeah, Tim always comes back with awesome drawings from there. He's much better at busting out some sick life drawing. I am. Let's see here. Get that nose right. I want to use the red, but I need to use a brush. What does a Sharpie red look like? Does a Sharpie red look good? Can I use a Sharpie, or would that just look totally whack?
Depends what shade it is.
Oh, let's see. It may be easier, because then I wouldn't have to deal with all the. This red's better. My ink red is a little bit more blood red, crimson-y. It is probably nicer. Let's look at the photo. Let's look at the picture again. This might actually be a case for the Sharpie. Oh, if it looks bad though, that'd be such a bummer.
Test it on another piece of paper first.
Well, that's what I was kind of doing. Like it looks
Oh
like
yeah, you're doing that.
I did it on the side here, but the Sharpie reds like that. I don't know. It might look all right.
I really like yours.
What's the worst that'll happen? Ruin my life? Yeah, right. Let's do it. And I can also hashtag Sharpie and Instagram now. They'll get more people.
Well, look, we're all focused now.
It's all about, I know, like, it's always like this when we get in the final stretch where we hone in, eyes on the prize, getting near the end game as we start getting near the end of the podcast. And as it starts, everyone starts waking up in your household and making breakfast.
So, did anyone in chat have any questions about, like, our careers, how we got to where we are, anything like that? Let us know.
It's interesting because when I think of like where I am in art, it's like on one hand I feel like there's a lot of areas I can't give advice because it's like I don't live off my art. But then at the same time, then I also have a gallery and I spend a lot of time around galleries. So I also then have this other weird part where I can give advice, you know, like, but then at the same, but you know, with that also, it's this strange dichotomy because now where I can't give advice, you know, I also am in an odd position where there is, I almost can see things that like, I know I'm not doing right or things I'm not doing that would lead to certain paths. Like I see it in my own routine. So it's kind of that odd, it's odd to like know enough about the art world to know what you need to do personally, but at the same time, like not be there. So it's really weird.
Something you said, because you don't live off of your art, something that I've found interesting in recent years is finding out just how many artists don't live off of their art, like, or even that the only reason why they're able to live off of their art is because they have a significant other who is able to support them, or family members who are able to support them. Like artists who I thought were guaranteed to be living off of their art, I found out are actually still living at home with their parents because they tried to move out and couldn't afford it, and things like that. And it's sad, but it's also reassuring at the same time because it makes you think, all right, maybe I didn't do anything too wrong. Though sometimes it can be easy to say, I've done something terribly wrong because otherwise I'd be at a point which is better.
Well, yeah, and the narrative that a lot of artists put out there isn't always entirely accurate to kind of the reality of what's going on. I read an article about it recently where a writer was talking about how it's like, okay, listen, like I can write because you know, I'm supported by my husband as I do this. Like that's how I was able, and like they were listing off a bunch of writers. Yeah, it was really interesting because they're listing off a bunch of writers who would have these, oh, you gotta just give an advice to make it work and then, but those people like didn't need to like be in that situation, and it was kind of reassuring to read because it's like it's okay to be honest. Like, you know, it's not, people don't need to hide it if they have other sources of financing. It doesn't help anybody to lie about it, and they really shouldn't be embarrassed. It doesn't mean they're not making awesome art, you know, or awesome books. Like,
I think there's kind of a feeling of like you want to prove to people that it's a real career.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do that if your paychecks don't pay for your house, right?
Yeah, well, and people I think are very self-conscious about admitting their finances, you know, and it's one of the most difficult things I think in the art world, and where people are most dodgy is how do they fund their art and their crafts, because it's expensive to make art. And it's where I see people that tend to lie the most. There's websites I stopped looking at because they would do interviews with artists and then ask the artists, how do you pay the bills? And to me, that was always the most important question as a struggling artist trying to figure out how do I pay bills with art. That's what I wanted to know the most, you know? And they would always have these weird non-answers. They would always say things like, oh, you gotta just, you know, you just hustle. It's like, no, like, because it's like, then I realize, oh, they don't need jobs or anything, because no one's, anyone that has to work, like, no one's embarrassed, you know? Like, if I worked at Domino's Pizza and then put on an awesome art show, that kind of almost makes the art even cooler. It's like, whoa, this guy's just like working at Domino's and he's like putting this, you know what I mean? Like, there's no shame in any path. I think there's just a weird social stigma that happened, and then it was hard for people to be honest about a very important part of trying to be an artist, you know, and figuring out how to finance it. Because sometimes even that can be, you can learn a lot from. You'd be like, oh, it's from family, and then maybe someone actually sat down and realized, well, wait a minute, like maybe I have family that'd be interested in buying my work. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've done commissions for family members, you know, that I've done work for that, like legitimate work. Like we did like a thing, I did a project, I gave them an invoice of hours. There was nothing less justifiable about the job. It was like, yeah, it was one of my best clients, you know, like you know, like those are avenues that are always open. But yeah, stigmas, I suppose. I don't know.
Oh, there's stuff in the comments. How did you two decide to do these podcasts? From Who Died? And Demon asked, how did you two meet? Which is basically the same question for us.
I think, yeah, well, the story of how the podcast started is, I mean, I think it's kind of hilarious. Because I remember doing a podcast, kind of a thing with Art Broken, Joy Project, and Mac Anthony. We were kind of doing one, and it was more about art news and chatting with that. And, you know, it was going for a little bit, and then we had trouble kind of keeping a schedule because there was a lot of us, and, you know, and so be as time went on, you know. And then I remember thinking, as that kind of faded off, it was like, I really want to do one where we're live drawing RGDs. And then I saw that you had like already been putting out like a bunch of YouTube videos of your work and live drawings, and saw that you were always doing that. And I was just like, okay, like you're very, like, it was very consistent output. Mm-hmm. And I think, how did it work? Did I just like say, oh, we should do a thing sometime if you're ever interested?
Well,
you
I think I put up a thing to do with I Can Draw that. I'd drawn a whole bunch of their suggestions on stream.
Yeah.
And I put that on Artist Lounge. And then
because that's how I found out about you there, is because you had those streams. And
then you put something in the comments that was like, oh, we should do something like this. Mm-hmm. And I basically said that I'd be really interested in doing something like that. And then it went a few weeks, and there was like some jumping back and forth, and there was like some official threads and stuff about doing some stuff with Hangouts. And then after a while, we kept saying to each other, that would be really cool to do. And then we just went, what the hell, let's go ahead and do it. Let's sort out a timeline. Let's sort out when we'd be available for each other. And then we just kind of did it. And then, like, the first, like, it was the night before the podcast, we did a sound check. That was when we met. Like, that's when we spoke to each other.
The first time we ever spoke to each other was the day before the first episode. We didn't even know if we could, like, if we would have anything to say to each other.
Yeah, and then we ended up doing essentially a podcast, but we weren't even filming.
Yeah, we hit that point. We were talking so much because we were just like first learning about each other. And then I remember we had that point where we were like, shit, we could have said all this on a podcast. Like,
yeah, we were like, God damn it, that was great. Like
we just wasted all that, and it's not going to sound natural if we say it again, you know. But yeah, that was the first. So it was pretty, like, just random and like straightforward, you know. But I knew, like, the thing that was always important to me with the Artist Lounge was, like, and Reddit Gets Drawn is the community. Like, when I first, like, suggested an Artist Lounge thread in Reddit Gets Drawn, it was the thing that was on Fridays. And I had brought it up because I thought of how in the Build a PC subreddit, they had Tech Tuesdays, and that was the thing where everyone could chat and ask quick questions. And it was like, that would be sweet if we had that with Reddit Gets Drawn. And they did that, then the thread blew up. So what I was always pushing for Because it's honestly, I remember earlier I was talking about like networking with art. It's so important. Like that was, like that's the thing I want. I wanted like this is a community of super talented artists with that have all these amazing ideas. Like any format we can get where everyone can talk would be great. And that's why I had the IRC, which admittedly I'm way too absent from, and I need to get better at that. And then trying to experiment with the Hangouts thing, and then that turned into a whole that was a whole sorts of things going on there. But then knowing that if we did this kind of live podcast and had a live chat, then everybody would have a regular time that we know. Like it's like having the cool coffee shop or the cool bar that you know if you go there, you'll at least know a couple of the people and you can like hang out. Like that's what I wanted this to be.
Yeah, it matches up with the name, the Artist Lounge. It's supposed to be hanging out, relaxing.
This is literally the lounge aspect of it, in effect, you know.
Yeah.
Because that's like the best ever. As I always remember, it's like hanging out with the art friends and just like drawing with them, you know. When you're younger, like you're a kid, you'd like have a sleepover and you just like draw till like 3 a.m. or something. Or if you're Sarah right now, draw till until you get the mail from the mailman.
Demon says, "Did you show the Puppet Master drawing from last week?" Can't remember if we showed it on stream or not.
I thought I did. Did I miss it? I have to double check.
We didn't show it today, but I can't remember if we did last week. But if it wasn't shown, do we want to show that now, just in case it was missed?
Yeah, definitely. Let's see here. I have to dig for a second.
And then I think there's a question from Foxtrot. Shall I ask after? I feel like I've got a really similar outfit to what Who Died is wearing in the photos. Like, I've got red hair and a bluish plaid shirt on.
Twinners!
I know. Clearly we have the same taste and style.
Let's see here.
I'm using my arm as a tester paper because I forgot to get test paper.
Oh, no, I don't think I did show it in the last one. Oh, yeah, here. This one's great. This is awesome. How did I miss showing this? Okay.
Yeah, there we go. That's the one.
Yeah. That'd be a good screen to one of the start screens for the podcast.
Yeah.
That's definitely a good one of those. That's definitely gonna happen in the future here. That was awesome.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Glad you brought that up, Demon, man. Thread got so long, it was.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
It was easy to forget like which ones have been shown and which ones haven't. You notice any others? Definitely let us know.
And the amount of messages we were getting when they were all coming through.
Oh God. It was awesome.
It was amazing. So Foxtrot had a thing. Wait, let me find it. Any suggestions for digital artists who do portrait stuff? It works for RGD and Sketchmob, etc. But without the illustrative side of things, do you guys think it's even possible to make money from it? For clarity, this is just a hobby for me, most certainly not my living. Well, one, it should be your living because you're freaking amazing.
Okay, let me look at it again. See,
because I would buy your shit. I've been like advertising Foxtrot's Redbubble, is it, or Society 6, one of the two. You need more stuff on there. You need like everything on there because I need to buy it all.
So what are they curious about without the illustrator side? I'm not sure I understand the.
Okay, let me read it again and then
All right.
I'll translate it to your weird brain.
Is that a subtle way of calling me stupid?
As always. Oh wait, I haven't clicked off of your face. Wait. Oh, there we go. Now I can see my face. So, any suggestions for digital artists who do portrait stuff? It works for RGD and Sketchmob, but without the illustrative side of things, do you guys think it's even possible to make money from it? So,
being a digital artist?
I'm guessing Foxtrot is saying there's no money in being or on the surface, there appears to be no money in being a digital artist who does portraits, essentially. Now, Foxtrot, if you could give us more detail on that, like if there's anything particular that's triggered that, that'd be helpful.
I can see the challenge face there because you're not sending someone a like quote unquote original piece. You're sending them an image file, and it's harder to charge money for that. That being said, there's artists that are making their careers in museums via digital work. They're still at that point. You have to remember they're not commissioning you for a physical piece of art. Then they're commissioning you to make an image for them that they can use pretty much how they will. You know, whether it be making a large print of the thing, making posters. They want a cool thing on a mug. You know what I mean? You're still making an image, and then now suddenly they have the decision of how they want to print it. The only thing that's a bummer is you tend to not be able to charge as much, or it feels that way. People aren't expected to pay as much because they don't have that association with the tangible object.
I think the thing with digital, I think the thing with digital is it is being picked up in museums and not museums, in galleries. Like I've seen it at galleries. Digital.
Oh, it's in museums too. David Hockney's doing it right now.
Right. Yeah. But I think you need to think about like whatever medium you use, you want to bring the best of that medium out in it. And you want to. The thing with digital is it doesn't really have the limitations that other mediums do. So think about what makes it great. What's the most important thing? Like for example, we look at oh wait, she's added more. He's added more. Yeah, what you and Mike said, it's hard sending a file and charging money, and on Society 6, no one really wants to buy things with someone else's face on it. Okay. Make your own characters, okay? Think of people like Destiny Blue, who their entire thing is digital portraits. They have a very distinct style. Like, you can spot that, and you have a very distinct style. Like, someone can spot a Foxtrot piece immediately. Like, it has... And this just goes for the same for everyone in chat who sends us artwork. Like, if we see a Demand Man piece, we know it's a Demand Man piece. And if we see a Foxtrot piece, we know it's a Foxtrot piece.
Yeah,
like,
we see a Slam 9, we know it's Slam 9. I mean, everybody, like...
Exactly. A Meta Baron piece, like, we see it straight away. We know who it is. Play on that and use that to your ability. And remember that there are more doors open to you. Because you're digital, and I truly believe this, in my personal experience, you are able to print your work easier and faster. So a traditional artist has to go through a lot more hoops to be able to print it in the same speed and ability as you do. On the flip side of that, that does mean you have the issue, like you just said, where people don't expect to pay as much money for it because it's essentially the original is a reproduction, essentially. So can you have it printed on canvas for a client? Yes, you can do that. That was from Sean Carter. You can get it, like, I know that Destiny Blue prints hers on archival print and it's gorgeous. Like, I've shown it on the show before, like pieces this big, and they're not selling them for the same price as you would buy something at a gallery. Certainly not. But there are pieces that she is. So there's a range of prices. Like, I believe you can look up her website, Destiny Blue. But I believe she's got pieces that are like £15-20 that are the kinds of things a random punter would buy at a convention. And then there's stuff on her website which is like signed archival canvas prints that are enormous that she prints herself. She stretches them, like adds story to it. Like if you've got to, if you're kind of like mass producing it, add a bit of story to it. Like if you hand print it yourself, that's fantastic. A lot of people love that. They love to hear that you were the one who printed it. Like my books, obviously I send them off to be printed somewhere else, but I make box set versions of them that come in like a class box, or I make collector's edition versions that I I do it in front of the customer. I gift wrap them. I put a load of little goodies in them. I put like a special binding around them so that they get that. I'm working on a new front and back cover that can be put over the top so they all match with the style that's inside the book, not just the front cover that you see in shops. So think about the things that you have the ability to do that a traditional artist doesn't, like the doors that are open to you, and really try and push that. Use your style, as I said, like you have a very distinct style and so does everyone else here. Use that to your ability. Make people remember that, oh, you're the person who does that really good insert style here, like insert thing here. Make your own characters. A lot of people, they don't like buying certain other people's faces on them, but there's also kind of a flip side of that where there are certain types of faces that people do want to buy. Like, for example, if you go to any like dubstep video on YouTube, a particular type of girl is going to be on the front cover of that, like as the splash image, right? You know what it's going to be. It's going to be like a girl, like maybe 18 to 20 years old with headphones, and like I don't want to say make stuff so that it will sell. I definitely don't want to say that, but there is, if you're gonna like pump out a few pieces, be aware of the market that you're aiming for and try and create stuff to that market. So Sean Carter's just said create a brand. Exactly, do exactly that, and everything that represents you, match it with that. Like your website and your stall at a convention and your online persona and your exhibitions at a gallery, they should all match up. They should all be concise. Your business cards match your artwork. Like there's this really cool thing that you can do with a few different places. I know you can do it with moo.com, but you can do it with some other places where every business card has a different picture on it. So you can get people to choose which of their favorite pictures they like. So then they remember you because they chose which business card they wanted out of a collection of your pieces. So then they go, oh, that's the person who does that really good that, and then they go and buy that later on. So I don't know, there's a lot of like businessy selling kind of stuff in there, but figure out what you're good at and really push it as far as you can. Try out different things, see what your market reacts to. Like if you have a specific market, if you know, for example, that like you know that I love your work and maybe lots of people like me like your work, then that gives you a market to start with. And you, like, for me, I know that my market is 15 to 25-year-old guys. Those are the people who buy my stuff, right? And there are people outside of that who buy my stuff, but that is the biggest range. And for selling at an art convention or show, it's important for me to know that because it means I can brand everything else to match. So I make everything black and red. I do gaming stuff, like even if I'm not selling gaming stuff, I'm doing gaming stuff. I'm in the gaming industry, like enjoying it. I'm advertising myself as part of that group that would want to buy my stuff. Things like that, you know, and have fun. But like, don't make the art just because you want to sell it, but do think about the kinds of things you're portraying, and how people be interested in that.
That's
Mike,
an important part about the brand thing. Is don't change your art to make a brand. Yeah. Just look at the big picture of your art and ask yourself, well, what do I do and what does this mean? What do these things mean to me? Why do I? Because if you look at all your art, you're gonna see patterns and similarities, and then ask yourself, why am I doing these things? Why are they important to me? Because that's where who you are is. It's not. Yeah. All too often I see artists try to bend their art to fit a brand that they think's better, and it's just such a dangerous move.
The thing is, if you just push who you are and what you do already, and just do it over and over and over again, and do it very well, that's a brand. Like immediately, that's a brand. That is the Foxtrot or the Funisher or the Sarah Childs. That is the brand, right? What advice would you give to someone trying to get digital art into a gallery setting? Because obviously that's quite different to the world that I know.
If you want to get digital art in, I mean, you could get it in a gallery that's like an illustration gallery, but if you want it in like a contemporary gallery setting, you don't see a lot of digital art in there. I think your best chance would have to be very conceptual, and it would have to be about I can erase that. It have to be about the medium itself. It has to be, that's what you'll see digital in a museum. You won't see it in a museum because someone did a good job making a digital painting. You'll see it in a museum because they are asking questions about the idea of digital painting itself. What does it mean? How does it fit in the culture? What does this medium mean? Because it's significant. I mean, we live in the technological age. Millennials are growing older. Now, everything people said could not be sold online. I remember when people said people would never buy clothes online. I mean, that's ridiculous now, but I remember when people believed that. I remember when people thought that digital books wouldn't sell because you can't hold the thing and smell the pages. I mean, they were wrong about that too. And they said the same thing about art. The galleries right now still are under the belief that people will want to buy art only if they've seen it in person. And it's so short-sighted. And that's an interesting role that digital art can have in that discussion. You know, eventually people will there's artists right now who are like big artists, you know, like your Damien Hirst and Tracy Emmons trying to sell like digital image files of their art in some weird sleazy way, way too much money for it, and that's not how you do it. You got to be honest to what the medium is. If I was going to sell digital art and do portraits, if it was a commission based, I would really focus on making my bill listed by the hour to remind them that what they're buying an image, but what they're doing is buying my time to make it, and you just can adjust the price accordingly. You could be, they'll spend, you know, $350 on a drawing, on a nice drawing, you know, but they wouldn't send that on a digital image. It's like, well, what if you said the digital image took you 10 hours at this rate? Suddenly it doesn't look too unreasonable anymore, you know? And then you just have to be sure to give it to them in a way that reminds them, like, you know, here's the file in a Dropbox later, like, you know, maybe send them something nice. You can always do a digital thing and then send them a nice little quick 20-minute sketch with it or something, you know what I mean? With like a whatever. But regardless, in a gallery setting, I think it would have to be a conceptual backbone, or you'd project it, much as you would a video art piece, which also gets tricky because lots of video art.
Based on what you just said there, something I saw that was really interesting was they were doing digital pieces, and this was at the Affordable Art Fair. It was a digital piece that was printed on archival giant paper, enormous paper. And then I don't know if it was paper or canvas. It was one of the two. And then perspex over the top of that, and it was a very painterly style, the digital piece. And then thick brush, square brush, using oil or acrylic, I'm not sure which it was, probably acrylic to stick to plastic, on top of the perspex to try and add dimension to the already digital paint strokes. Yeah,
there is that. I mean, but that's kind of, that feels like when they do like hand touches on serigraphs, and G-Clays. But one thing to also think about is what's digital good at? It's good at immediate reproduction with no, like once the image is done and you've printed it once, now you can print it immediately and print it infinitely. So it's like, think of your digital work also in terms of installation. It doesn't have to fit the format of a standard art show where, oh, I made a painting, here is it framed or not framed, let's hang them on the wall. Now you can wallpaper the walls and floors with the art. Think of how like Warhol, when he did his shows, he would pretty much wallpaper the walls with Marilyn Monroe's or whatever, and then have the prints on top of that. Like you can do those things when you do digital, because now you can put it everywhere. You can mass produce it into a room and you can just make that room explode with imagery. So I think installation is a very big avenue for digital. And then you think, well, how do you make money off that? It's like, well, then you can print your digital things on 3-dimensional objects and sell them as sculptures. And so now you can have sculptures that are for sale inside of a huge installation piece, and have books for sale next to it, like $50 fine art books that you took the time to print. Like there's totally avenues for it. It just has to be really emphasize what makes the medium special.
I mean, yeah, like that sounds brilliant. Like art books do fantastic for digital work. Like that's the most common way that I see digital work sold, is in an art book form. Like having imagine if you did an art book and every single page was a RedditGetsDrawn that you've done, and you've done like 100 RedditGetsDrawn in a year or something, right?
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. That's why it's imagine it, that's like, a project right there. Yeah, it would totally sell, and that's actually a conceptually interesting project, because how often do you see people, here's hundreds of drawings of people I've never met on the internet, Like,
people buy the Humans of New York book, right? That's pictures of other people, but they're telling a story. Tell a story with artwork. Like, there are so many avenues. Just do something that interests you and that you would want to buy, right?
And I would say, look at installation art. And usually it's funny. I'm always I'm mixed feelings towards a lot of installation. And, I wouldn't say that I always act as the biggest champion in many cases of it, but like you could make amazing installation work with their digital art skills. It translates very well to that medium. And installation art is always going to kind of be around because it is viewed as the art form that's, kind of a conceptually legit and powerful art form, changing entire environments. Like it's still a highly respected form. So use those strengths.
If you're only selling commissions though, and you're only selling it to like individual people, you want to sell commissions but outside of things like Reddit and stuff like that, then definitely sell a printed version. I have always sold a printed version of every commission I've done digitally, and what I'll do is I'll say you get a I say that the digital version is the bonus. So I say you get for this price you get an A3 poster of you and your Pokemon team or whatever it is that they've commissioned before, and they'll say, and I'll send you a high quality digital piece like that you can keep yourself to use as a wallpaper or whatever for your computer. And they want to buy it because they want the digital artwork, but they want to be able to put it on their walls. On top of that, definitely if you have a website where you're selling it and you control the website, you control the photos that are on there, definitely print it out in the quality that it'll be, frame it, put it on your wall, take a photo of it in setting, because people love to be able to see what it could like on their walls. That's why a lot of the time you see people on websites for clothing, they're dressed in the clothes that you can purchase, so they can see how it will hang and stuff like that. Like, people want to see how it would look without necessarily having to be in person seeing how it will look.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Foxtrot says, I'm at like 340 something selfies drawn for Reddit Gets Drawn in under a year.
Jeez.
That's insane.
Make a book.
Make a book, dude.
Go on Blurb or something. Isn't that one of the and just make an art book on even Blurb?
Yeah.
Or, what's the other one that's similar to that? I forgot what it was called. There's a handful of those.
I don't know.
It's like
I've
your own
heard
print on demand.
Yeah. Or you can Kickstarter it. Kickstarter does very good for art books, actually. It's not the right route for everyone, but it does work. I've seen quite a lot of artists that I know personally who've Kickstarted their art books, and they've done very well. Like, the trick is just to prove that it's something people want to buy, and if you can say that, then they'll buy it. Like, if they want to support you and what you do. And people love artwork on Kickstarter, and board games, stuff like that. Anything like indie.
Yeah.
Love it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Got a cat on the table now. It's decided it's breakfast, I think.
Cat's like, I'm up now.
Sean Carter's at around 100 or more by now for Reddit Gets Drawn. It's insane.
Wow.
I've done like 5 this year. I don't know.
I do not have the Reddit Gets Drawn output that I used to, but you know what? We got the podcast.
We do. At least we've done like what, 90.
I'm kind of surprised. That's like kind of blew me away last week when we were just like, oh my god, we've done 18 of these already. That's 18 weeks of it. It's crazy to think.
Just because we felt like it.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to like take extra time to finish this thing, and I'm gonna have to really hone in on it because it's like I am not staying up late again. I cannot. My body cannot handle staying up late again. I have to finish this.
Who died? Who died? Said I just did my 186th pace.
186.
Yeah.
Damn.
Justin the Cheater says it's good to print copies of your digital work when you sell it. PayPal has some weird rules about sales of untangible items. Selling a print is much stronger in a dispute. I'd also say that if you end up with any issues to do with VAT loss as well, that we spoke about a few weeks back, that at the moment is being caused by selling digital stuff. So if you sell a digital print, so if you sell a traditional print, you can get around that at the moment. Or if you manually email it to people, because random loopholes is random. But yeah.
Let's see here.
How's your picture going?
I think it's going all right. That's my confidence sound.
Yeah, it sounded confident.
I need to draw one line here. Here's something someone asked recently. They said there was that post about drawing straight lines, and they said pull to draw a curve and push to draw a straight line, which is horrendous advice. Horrendous advice. That's not how that works at all. You should pretty much always try to pull straight lines, not push them. Don't push a straight line. I don't know where that came from. I mean, maybe it would work, but I found the actual way to draw a straight line is the larger the joint, and I'm not talking about blazing a fat doobie. I'm talking about the larger the joint in your body, the straighter the line you can draw. If you're drawing with your wrist, it rotates and will not draw a straight line. Your elbow does the same thing. If you draw with your arm and go vertically, you can do a straight line. But I find to do the ultimate straight line is you draw by holding your entire upper half of your body still and then just leaning backwards. Check this out. Watch this. This is a freehand straight line. It's probably going to start a little rough, but watch this.
No.
No ruler.
No, dude, that was really good.
And then the thing is with that one, it can help sometimes because you can use your edge of your hand as a guide along the paper. But yeah,
That's ridiculous, man.
I'm practicing this. All my borders that I draw on RGDs, and you start with the pencil line because that helps too. Obviously, I should see. I don't know. I always do it with the pencil first. I wonder what it would look like without it. I just feel like it's easier to follow the pencil this way. But all my RGDs are drawn freehand borders. Oh, this one's bad. I got nervous.
Yeah.
I got nervous on that because I had to draw for the podcast. It's not a straight. But yeah, that's how you draw a straight line. Now drawing a circle, that's a whole, without any guides, that's a whole other beast. Well, actually, we already did that one. I showed that 1 week. You make a compass with your knuckle.
That was ridiculous. I really liked that.
What, the compass with the knuckle?
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, I think I just paper cutted my knuckle doing this. Oh, God, the pain. Oh, good. Straight lines. Straight enough lines. I think I'm going to let this one just kind of stay raw down in the bottom.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't know if it's because that's like it's a decision that I'm doing because I think it makes it good, or if I'm making that decision because I can't stay up late. But regardless, that's probably what's going to happen. I'll make it look intentional.
I'm so hungry. The cats are so hungry too. Cats, go away. Oh, no one wants you here.
It's probably time to wrap up soon. If we have any other, I don't know if we have any other subjects or anything.
I'm just having a look on here. The Mum Man's going to bed. Good night to Mum Man.
Good night, the Mud Man. Wait, did Foxtrot just finish a piece?
Yeah.
Let's look at it. Who Died's freaking out about it. Let's check it out. No, wait, no, wrong thread. Oh, there we go. Done. Oh, God damn you.
Show me.
Hold on a second.
I was thinking about how I'd love to start a gallery that was for digital stuff that would have it on the walls.
You could.
Like the first digital gallery. That would be so cool.
Let's search it. There might be some even out there, you know? I've never looked. There might be some. Check that out.
Oh, nice. It's so wispy and free.
I know. So just like, so good. God damn you. There's that Amadeus laugh. Hear it in the back of my head.
God dang it. I really like the teal that you've chosen in the bottom right. I'm sorry, I know I pick really weird things that I like, but god damn it, that blue.
The teal's an awesome color. I always love how those pieces look. So good. Let's see here. Gotta hold mine up straight so I can look at it in the camera and see if it looks. Yeah, it's okay.
That's the first time you've ever gone, I'm just going to look at this and then say something positive.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the first thing I thought is I held it up and I was just kind of like, the first thing I was like, I'd change this. I'd change this. If I could go back, I'd change this. I'd change this. It's okay. Like, that's kind of... No, I think the techniques went well in this one. I wish I had spent a little more time measuring some things out, but that's all right. You know, trying to get it more drawing done within the time frame of the podcast.
Yeah.
Because there's been some times where like it will end and I'm literally like just starting the inking, you know. So I'm trying to get a little looser and let stuff slide a little bit, so more of the drawing process can be in the podcast itself. Lord knows, working fast is not one of my strong points. Yeah.
Oh my god, the cats are fighting.
Cosmo and Comet.
Yeah. Jasper's just sitting in the other side of the room, just like, what are you guys doing?
Jasper's just like, I don't do that anymore. I'm a cat of peace now. Should be a bit more of the brush. All right. Yeah, all right. I could probably finish this in another hour. Get to bed at a semi-reasonable time. Who died? Best day ever.
Looking for a colour and I can't find it. I think I'll go with this one. Ooh. Island Lagoon. We're going to use Island Lagoon. That'll go.
You're using a color called Island Lagoon?
Yeah.
What color is Island Lagoon? Is that the color of the lagoon or the island?
Oh.
Oh my god. I don't even know what that would be.
It's like a very green teal.
Well, it really is both.
Yeah.
Weird. Some guy was in a boardroom and came with that color, and everyone went silent for a minute. Someone probably even
It's so perfect.
someone probably even gasped. They were just like, "Oh my god!"
I love the names of these pens. They're brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I've got like, let's see if I can find a weird name. Pink Lobster is this one.
I think I have a rough idea what that would look like.
I've got Cocktail Pink and Pink Mittens.
A lot of pinks.
Apple Cider, Fresh Meadow. Plum Preserve. March Hare. I've got Grey Squirrel as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the names of these pens.
Moly. Get the camera again. Should have made the eyes a little closer together. Oh, what I wouldn't do for a real-life liquefy tool. But no, I just have to sit there and think if there's any ways I can kind of cheat it further, and there isn't, and that would probably ruin the drawing if I tried. But that would literally make all the difference in the world. Shit. There is no liquefy tool in real life. Unless you do collage.
I really like yours.
Can you imagine if there was a liquefy tool that I could use on it, though? Do you see the possibilities?
If you could only have one tool or shortcut from computers, what would it be? In real
Liquefy.
life. Liquefy.
Probably liquefy. Because there's just so many times it's just a matter of just sliding one little thing over just like a millimeter, and it makes all the difference, and you just don't get to do it. Like the flip around the image is nice, but I could do a mirror, you know, there's like different, like the you know, it's liquefied. I mean, that would just be so useful. Particularly with portraits. Maybe if it was a different piece or medium, it would be a different choice, but
I think the thing with portraits is you have literally no room. Like if something goes wrong, everyone knows.
yeah, it's like if anything is just slightly off, it's just like, it's off, you know, like it's immediately recognizable. I could do a landscape and have serious problems with it, and no one would really notice any difference. But at the same time, I've come to find over time, a lot of people aren't actually as, like, they don't notice it as much as I thought they would. Like if it's a portrait of themselves, they'll note, or someone they know, they'll notice if it doesn't look like them because they know the person. But if it's like, if they're looking at like a portrait of someone else, even if they saw the reference, they, you know, they're not as picky on it as I think artists are on themselves, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
They just care more if it looks like a nice drawing. Ah, Sean Carter, undo. Undo would be an amazing one too. Oh my god. Especially if you had like 10 steps of undo you could like do on a piece.
Yes.
Good
That's what
call.
I'd go for undo.
Oh, undo would I don't know now. That's a good answer.
See, the thing is, undo would be useful in general life as well.
Yeah.
Whereas liquefy, like, what you can do with liquefy normally, just like make a dog's face look weird. Like, what are you gonna do?
All the times in my life I could have used undo. Just ask her out, Mike. See what happens. 10 minutes later. Oh, undo. Undo. No, the horror. I'm just joking.
I'm really annoyed that I left my eraser upstairs and now I'm having to colour over pencil lines. But oh well, life will move on.
God, if I could just liquefy. Oh,
Liquefy.
it would just make the whole thing come together. There's nothing I can do.
Does she have blue eyes? Oh, why am I asking you? You're bloody blind.
And I've been looking at a black and white photo for my drawing, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's blue. I don't want to add another
I knew
colour.
there was a problem with the eyes when I was drawing the mouth, and I remember thinking the mouth is not lining up properly, and instead of, I kept having to adjust them, but instead I just never moved them together. I moved forward.
Everyone's been saying that they've had issues with the mouth in the chat.
The mouth wasn't too much of... So far, the mouth's been going pretty smooth for me. I wonder if it's like weird for a person to hear like what people are struggling to draw about their face.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sean Carter said undo, I'd feel more confident. Yeah.
Take more risks. The number of times I've ruined a piece that could have been saved if I could undo it. Like, I'll do this layer of paint. Oh. The worst thing that happens with painting is when you do a layer and like it forces you to have to like add something to everything. Like you wanted just to do one thing and then you realize now that thing looks out of place and you have to paint on top of everything all over again. It's like almost like starting the piece over with a finished painting right there. Oh, that is the worst.
That sounds awful. I'm going to do the tiniest bit of blue.
Alright.
Might add some of green in. Okay. I kind of want to make it look drippy, but I don't know how. Well, I'm starting now, so let's commit.
Alright. I should probably do some hatching on the shirt too.
You alright?
I just thought it was funny because like we totally have like gone over in time like always.
As always, I think I'm about ready though.
Yeah. Yeah. I can call it a wraps and just finish up the rest of this myself relatively quickly. Get it posted.
see if I can get it so that it's visible on stream.
Yeah, I want to see yours. I haven't looked it over in a while. Oh, awesome.
Right.
Do you ever look at the Brother Hernandez art, like Jaime and Gilbert Hernandez, like the Love and Rockets books?
I don't think so.
Oh my God, you need to look at the Love and Rockets comics, especially with that drawing. It reminds me, it's like all those like really nice smooth lines. It's so cool. It reminds me so much of it. You have to look at those. That's gonna drive me crazy. Those books are amazing.
Try and get up close so you can see the details, but this camera is horrendous. Okay.
That is awesome.
That's it. It's so hard to like figure out the orientation. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah, that's good.
I think I did the eyes too close together, but I wore light moves on.
What, did you have the exact opposite? They look good to me. And they're foreshortened, so they're inevitably going to be closer.
Yeah.
Better than drawing them too far apart like I did. Oh. Also, mine are a little. I should have made them a little rounder.
I'm gonna take a picture and put it on Instagram so you can see it properly because the camera's like awful. Oh, I'm still like focused on my face.
I did not get the shapes of the eyes right either. Oh boy. That should have come down like that, and that should have been up like that.
Dude, I did what you told me to.
What was that?
For once. I did a picture from Pretty Girls Ugly Faces.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it was great fun.
That's a fun sub to draw. Did they like it?
I actually didn't post it on there.
Oh.
But yeah, it was good fun.
They're usually pretty receptive over there. I've only had one instance where someone, it was when I had posted a bunch of them together later as one. I had one person that seemed a little like they were kind of not into it for whatever reason.
Fair enough. Has anyone ever had a bad experience with someone on RedditGetsDrawn?
Like drawing someone? I had once. I had someone who PM'd me to remove my drawing of them from my own website.
What?
Yeah. It was, I just like whatever, did it and let it go. But in hindsight, I think I should have like at least been like, listen, the rules of the sub is if you submit, then the artist can use it on their website. Like, I'm a little curious to why you would want me to remove a drawing that I made when you submitted it. And even the official rules of Reddit say that,
yeah.
I technically don't have to. But I was curious, like, why, like maybe if it just was like, do you like just really not like it that much? Like, I can't, like, because if it doesn't even look that good or like the person, then it's on my website and nobody knows it's them or who I am anyways. Like, what is the problem?
Yeah.
It was really weird to me. That request had actually really bothered me.
That's really strange. I guess maybe the only reason I can think that would happen is that they didn't realize, oh my god, the cat has a feather sticking out of his mouth.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god, can I get this on camera?
Let's see. I hope so.
Guys, look at the camera. Wait, where is he? Look!
Uh-oh.
That's a little feather.
Cosmo, what did you eat?
He's just looking at me like that's completely normal. Why aren't you getting that off your face? Hey.
Does Cosmo have a bird in his mouth?
I hope not. I really hope not.
Brought you a gift.
I'd be concerned because I wouldn't know where he got it from.
You see that comic where it was like, I don't know if it's called Cat Comics or something, but it's like an office setting comic and the boss is a cat, but it's like a man that's a cat. So he does cat things, but he communicates like a man.
Okay.
Oh my god, hair. It's so funny. Let's see here. Let me find it real fast as you take that photo.
My phone is so slow today. How's everyone in chat? Oh, Foxtrot says both of ours look amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Here, I'll show you one of my favorites.
Where are you sending it to?
I'm just going to put it right on here.
Oh, okay.
All right, check this out. I'm going to screen share it. There's a whole bunch of these. It's called Business Cat, and there's a whole imager thing. If you search Business Cat Reddit, it pops up. But this one's one of my favorites right here. It's so genius.
I love
they're all like that. Oh, good stuff. Anyways. All right. Anybody have any final questions? Oh, who died was just talking about the one they like being the one that I was just I just posted. That's awesome. We are on the same page, who died. We were thinking of the same thing. That is my favorite one. It's so good. Okay, I think I'm actually liking my drawing a little more now that I made a couple minor adjustments.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm happy. I'm just kidding.
I never believe you when you say things. Like anything.
As you shouldn't. I'm American. I'm sneaky.
Sneaky, sneaky.
And I never can tell if you're throwing out your, if you're saying something and you mean it, or if it's just some dry, cool wit that I'm not clever enough to catch.
I don't know, there's a cat in my face. Thanks, cat. Thanks. Don't stand on the keyboard, please. Oh, gosh. Cat. Trying to find an Instagram filter that I like. Meow. Come on. What do you want? Do you want to be on the podcast, eh? Are we on the podcast?
Kitty's going to be on the podcast.
There we go.
Wait. This is like right up in the camera. All right, I'm getting actually close to the end of this. I can go to sleep at a normal time, kind of.
Yay!
Yay, I am turning this life around.
Oh my god, the cat's throwing everything on the floor. Get off.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna close the chat. Goodbye, chat, and I'm gonna go back to the other screen thing now. So hold on a minute.
Okay. Okay, I put pictures on my Twitter and Instagram. I have no idea how I'm going to post it on the RedditGetsDrawn because it's very big and I don't know how to scan it.
Whoa. Who died did awesome art during the podcast.
Yeah? Where is it?
Oh, it's in the artist lounge thread. I gotta change things. Hold on. Jesus, they're freaking.
I love Who Died's work.
Oh my god, they're so
Freaking
good.
amazing.
They're freaking ridiculous. They're so awesome.
Sean Carter goes, it's only 10 p.m, Mike. And then Who Died goes, it's only 8 a.m.
Oh my god. The all-nighter. You pulled the all-nighter. It was worth it for that art, though. Hold on a sec.
You've done what I did last week.
All right, here's the first one. That is so cool.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I love it. It's that like the combination between the loose pattern, but like the flat kind of geometric shape of the body into the head. Oh, that looks so sick.
I really love that. Like, that looks like it could be a manga. Like, that could be a section of panels from a manga. That's so cool.
It's got, to me, it's kind of got like a Gustav Klimty / Egon Schiele kind of vibe going on in there.
You always say stuff that sounds so damn arty and intelligent. And I'm just like,
hey,
oh
you're
my
the one
god, comic books and video games.
You're the one talking about the Frozen Bloodhead.
It's
Who
true.
was that artist that made that?
I don't know.
Quinn? Mark
somebody
Quinn?
who I don't care about. Yeah, it was Mark Quinn, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was Mark Quinn. That was exactly. You know art stuff. Don't even throw that on me. You're the one that wrote a letter to people calling out all the artists.
Dude, look, I've snapped.
I snap all the time.
I wish I could find that letter so I could read it to you because I really. Oh my god, look at that.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh my god, that's so good.
It's like just the right amount of brush strokes and lines. Like, oh man.
God,
Moly.
everyone's so damn good and it makes me want to work really hard.
Yeah, it makes me sick to my stomach, you sick bastards. Oh, it's so awesome.
Who Died said Klimt was my inspiration.
Booyah!
Dude,
So on the same vibe. We're just like reading each other's brains ever since that Business Cat comic. Okay, let me do the thing I said. Okay, that's what it was. I had to go back to the other screen.
I'll like mini rave in the background.
Doop 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 doop. Doop 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 doop.
I'm so tired. I just realized like how quiet I've been and it's because I'm so tired.
Well, yeah, you're worn out. And it's another night of staying up all night via... Oh. Just a second, I gotta switch audio.
There we go.
Who Died says, oh god. Have you fixed it?
What? What's
I
wrong?
was coming out of your speakers.
Are you good now?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I
Okay.
muted the microphone, so it probably sounded weird for a second as I had to switch it.
Who Died said, my face is now as red as my hair. What's my Twitter? Oh, it's Geyzra, Gyzra. So it's my Instagram.
Am I following Who Died on Instagram? Who Died's Instagram? Do we follow each other?
Yeah, what's Who Died's Instagram? Dude, comment what? The cat's sitting behind the camera just staring at me. All three of them are. Issue. Wonder if I can get that on camera. This is the view that I have right now. Just so many cats. Just far too many cats, just like everywhere.
Oh boy. And yeah. There we go. Good times.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations to Sean Carter, who now has a purple tag on RedditGetsDrawn.
What now is a what?
A purple tag.
Purple tag.
I assume it's best of RedditGetsDrawn thingy thing.
Oh,
You know?
awesome. Sweetness. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There we are. Can you hear me? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Wait. All right. Is there anything, any questions or anything left in the chat before we head off?
I don't think so. Any last questions? I'll type it just in case because of the delay.
Yeah, right.
The cats are just like throwing everything everywhere.
Let's make it own rules.
Slam says, do all the cool dudes use Instagram for art?
What?
I really like Instagram. It's
Huh? I was saying I like Instagram as well.
Yeah, it's got a really good atmosphere. Like the community on there, if you can call it community, is really positive and active. So yeah, it's one of them things where like if you're having a bad day, just sketch something, stick it on Instagram, you'll get a like. It's just nice.
Yeah, that's exactly. I know exactly what you mean. Is like I could always just, see, you ever had that random thing though where sometimes you'll post something, it'll get a whole bunch of likes, and then sometimes you post that thing and it will just get like 5.
You know what I find really interesting is seeing the trends of who likes it. So if I put something up and like you and a bunch of other like RedditGetsDrawn people and like artists like it, then it'll do really like quote badly in terms of mass likes. But if it's something that maybe like 1 or 2 of the artists like, it'll get like 26 randomers like it. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's strange. Sometimes I wonder if like it just like certain hashtags it like filters a little bit or something. Like I don't know.
I think timings helps really a lot.
Huh?
Timings as well. Like if I wait till near the end of the day and post something, then it'll do a lot better than if I post at the beginning of the day, because obviously UK timings, like the evening, is a lot closer to American times when people will be looking at it. So
yeah, I find if I post in the morning, it does pretty well. There's a. There we go.
TechWench says that they get a lot of spam likes. That happens every now and then for me. I get a lot of like comments that are like that they tag a bunch of things and they're like, go like our stuff, blah blah blah. I get that every now and then, but posting RedditGetsDrawn does really well on there, I find.
Mm-hmm. I get a lot of I'll get the likes where it's like you look at the thumbnail and it's just like a girl's ass in a bikini and you're like, oh, one of those, huh?
Yeah, TechWench says they get them too. It looks like we don't have any last questions. It looks like that's about it. And I'm very tired, as you can probably tell.
Another podcast. Done and done. Thank you everybody for watching.
Yeah, thanks everyone. It's been good fun, and it was really fun to draw you who died. Your hair is a great color.
That was super awesome. I'm gonna get my piece on RGB in like the next 45 minutes.
I don't know when/if I'll be able to get mine on RedditGetsDrawn. I've been able to post photographs, but obviously it's not really the same as getting a scan or anything, but as I don't have access to my computer at the moment, it means I don't have access to the software that runs my scanner. So I don't know. I might try and send it via PM or something later on when I've got my actual computer, because at the moment I'm borrowing a computer right now. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It will be fine. Everything's A-okay.
Cool, cool. All right then. So have you got anything coming up?
We had our opening for the Douglas Did Not show at my gallery. That was fun. Personally, so if you want to look at the gallery, it's fmoakland.com. And then, no, personally, just the same old. I'm gonna start I'm gonna start doing some large-scale figurative oil paintings in my studio. So I will be probably making posts about that and keeping in touch with those kind of things as we go. And I'll probably can even talk about some of that in the artist lounge in the future and whatnot. So that'll be fun. I haven't done like a lot like really figurative work since like college or something. It's been a long time, so it will be good to get back to that. That'll be exciting. How about yourself?
Well, my laptop's dead, so I'm not working at the moment.
That's true.
Yeah, no. Until my laptop's dead, I'm not working on anything. I'm finishing up some traditional commissions that were ordered just after MCM. So I finished the batch of MCM stuff, sent them off, and now I'm working on the next batch of stuff. I'm working on a joke one, which is quite funny, but I'm not sure I can say what it is, but it's rather amusing. So yeah, that will basically be it until I get my laptop back.
Oh, heavens.
Yeah. Hopefully someone will pay an invoice to cover me until I can work again. We'll find out.
The life of an artist.
I know, the life of an artist surrounded by cats.
Yeah, life of an artist transitioning into crazy cat lady.
Yep, definitely that. Hey.
He just stops there.
Just like that thing. Hey.
Alrighty.
Alright then, I think we're done. But thank you everyone for watching. It's been great fun. Yeah, it's been nice, relaxing one today. Words, sentences, whatever. Thank you for joining us.
Goodbye. We're glad that you joined in the show. There's a cat waving his paws at the camera. Oh my god, I don't have any more lyrics.